OBS Studio, my broadcasting software, updated their settings, and as you can see, all of my settings are out of whack in my camera. But I want to stream with you, so I'm going to change it later. I try to stream with low light settings. It's why you'll see me looking a little different than other people. I'll have more blues and more other tones around. But you know what? We'll just do it like this until I get it fixed. One of my predictions has come true, and I'm not happy about it. Turn it back off for me. Turn it back on for me. Just leave it off. It's fine. One of my predictions has come true, and I'm not happy about it at all. I know nonsense is streaming. I'm not trying to encroach on nonsense, but I do have to go and do some things in a little bit, so I had to start my stream. I do my best, you know what I'm saying, to shift it around, you know, because I want to hear everything nonsense has to say. There's a lot hitting the fan right now. The ship has hit the fan, or hit the wall, if you will. And Michelle Goes Live has been permanently banned from YouTube. You guys remember Michelle? She was in my chat a lot when we first started to cover the Marvon McRae situation. She would constantly be like trying to get me to read things she was saying, deliver information to me. And I had no, you guys know that I tried to give Michelle advice because I saw the writing on the wall. So what was my prediction? What did I say would happen? I said that Michelle and Molly and these other people are very lucky because they have found a way that they could get people to watch them on the platform in base level numbers. Like a lot of people, you'll see them going around talking crap on somebody if they have 40 or 50 or 60 viewers. That's really good. That is really good when you're starting out. It's really odd to have a small channel. You know, you're supposed to be getting like 10%. Live streams are supposed to be less than 10%. If you got 1,000 people, that's, you know, you should have around 10 people watching you basically. And I know that's less than 10, but that's because it's live streaming, right? Anyway, though, my point is I tried to tell Michelle and Betty and all these people when I was just this commentary YouTuber floating in by their community, seeing all of the insanity that was going on, very much like the previous communities that we've looked at, that we've talked about. I tried to tell them, and all of it's recorded. All of it's on rockAlot. It's one of the reasons why I record it, and I do make the predictions, and I give the advice, because while you're watching me, and when you hear me tell Michelle that she needs to calm down, do something real on the platform, it does not involve drama. It doesn't involve attacking people. It doesn't involve all that other stuff, so that she can try to carry the community that likes her and do some content. Because if she kept going, it was going to exponentially get worse and worse and worse until she got banned. Right? Now, the thing is, you guys watched my show and said, they're not going to get banned. None of them are going to get banned because YouTube is not going to step in, right? Michelle had more viewers than Molly at some points when Molly was still getting views, okay? When Molly was still pulling a good number of viewers, Michelle was beating her. You remember? She was making money. She was getting support. She even did a lot of really messed up things and still got support and still got money. We're going to talk about what happened tonight, but that's not even the big news. That's not even the big news. And there's a lot of stuff to see. You guys know that I kind of got a little bigger of a picture for you because I've tracked harassment groups on this platform for years now. And I can tell you several harassment groups that were operating against Michelle right before she got banned. Ironically, if you search Michelle's name, do you remember Charlotte on the web? Remember Charlotte? Remember when I criticized Charlotte and I said that she was backing Molly, and it was ruining her reputation, exposing her as a hypocrite, and she shouldn't do it. This is good advice. This isn't an insult. This isn't me being rude. Trying to help Charlotte, right? She turns on me for some reason, thinks I'm being rude or something, attacks the living hell, lies about me. And one of the big reasons that she did that, she said, I'm not supporting Molly. You're lying about me supporting Molly, unirock. So why are you attacking Michelle Goes Live right now and for the last few days? Why are you targeting her with other caters? The harassment group that I call the caters are not people that criticize Katie. They are people that dox and harass and lie. Spread defamation, misinformation on purpose. They just try to punish and do damage. So why did that community happen to target Michelle leading up to her banning? And why was another community that involved a person whose name I'm not going to say, maybe one time, this Amber person, and it involved this person targeting Michelle because of Molly, because she was aligned with Molly. And eventually, as all of these things do, they ended up turning on each other, and these groups ended up fracturing, and they end up going at each other while going at other people. And essentially, it's the funniest, cringiest thing I've ever seen, y'all. This is silly shit, man. You come up on this platform and you've got creators that have been here for 8, 9, 10 years giving you commentary, like myself. People that have lived through this, through 1,000 communities. People that have been through this 1,000,000 times over. And I'm telling these creators they're breaking TOS. And TOS sometimes will take a while to catch up with you. But it's going to catch up with you. You're going to get banned if you break the TOS repeatedly over and over and over again. If you stalk people, if you cyber stalk people, if you dox people, if you threaten people, you harass people, if your content goes too far, you may not get banned right now, but eventually, if your channel picks up a little bit, you're gonna get banned. And even if your channel stays small, it's gonna happen. It's just gonna happen a little later. I just want you to know, all the people that we reported are going to suffer the same fate as Michelle, as long as YouTube applies the loosest community guidelines to what they've done. We've preserved the evidence, and we've turned it in. And I find it ironic that some of the people that helped in the downfall and the demise of Michelle are people who actively dox and harass and cyberstalk people. It's almost like they want to see Michelle go down when she's done less than they have. When she has done less breaking of TOS than they have. And you'll say, but Michelle did a lot of TOS breaking. I know. I watched it. I saw it. They've done more for longer. They are just better at staying under the radar. You're not going to be able to stay under that radar forever. Look at Low Tier God. Look at LTG. This man thought he was the professional doxer to anyone that angered him. And what ended up happening to the man is, what was it? He'd been on the platform longer than I had. So I think he's been around for like 12 years. All of that's just gone in the blink of an eye. Because you don't get to tell people what you're doing. You don't get to dictate it. You get what I'm saying? You go in there and you do something, right? You go in and you dox somebody, and then you say, but I didn't do it. And you think that that sets the precedent for reality. You're wrong. It doesn't at all. Not to the slightest bit. The facts, logic, common sense, the reasoning, it is what sets reality. Reality is truth. Truth and reality are truth and reality. No matter what you do, you can't change it. You can fight it. You can be in denial. Right? So when we look back and remember Michelle, unless some kind of weird miracle happens, newsflash, probably not going to happen with what she did and what happened. Unless a miracle comes down from YouTube, she's banned for good, forever. I'll be shocked if they didn't nuke her entire Google account. Because when you get banned, they can either ban you from the partner program, they can ban you from YouTube, or they can ban you from Google itself. If they ban you from Google, you're done. You can't even have a Gmail account. And I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it when anyone gets banned. I understand that people who do the things that these people are doing must be banned. Okay? It's like watching someone who, you know, that you like a lot do something dumb and have to be in trouble for it. It's like, yo, you did it. You got to go get this over with, but I hate it, right? So Michelle's gone. Michelle's gone. I wish she would have taken my advice, not because I'm smarter than anyone else, not because I'm better than anyone else, but because I've been on the platform for a very long time. If there's one thing I know, it's these communities, because that's what I've always looked at. I don't know why it interested me in the beginning. You know, I always studied the trends, and I noticed that in those trends, if you looked at how these communities functioned, you could get a head up on the type of videos they would be interested in. So therefore, you could go in and actually make videos that people would click on and watch, right? So I started to study it, knowing that that was the in back in 2015, 2014 to YouTube. I started to study it. Started to upload in 15 and 16. And it's not like I'm saying that people that have been on the platform a long time deserve some respect. I don't think that at all. I'm just saying that, you know, with the content I've done, which is tracking these types of harassment groups and letting people know what's really going on in the communities that they're looking at, you'd think Michelle would have listened to me. Because why? What's the point? What was it all worth? If you look back on it and you realize that those tiny things you did, those tiny dumb things, if you just wouldn't have done them, you'd be able to, okay, fine, you don't want to use your YouTube channel. You don't care about your channel. How about you just, you know, wait a little bit? Why don't you just wait the littlest, tiniest bit, right? Before you nuke your channel by breaking TOS like crazy. And you know, Molly is going to be singing the same tune that Michelle's singing. Molly's going to be singing it. Betty's going to be singing it. The people who were talking from the cater community, they're going to be singing it. They're all going to be singing that same tune. They're going to be sitting there like, why won't anyone listen to me? I'm over here on some other platform than YouTube and I'm screaming at the top of my lungs, but nobody's listening. Why aren't anyone listening to me? Why does nobody care about me now? Right? And then you're going to miss it. That's when you're going to say, I shouldn't have done those things. So you need to know what's happened. You need to know what's going on. And I want to tell you, the thing is, a little bit of this information is breaking news. I've got video clips to show you. In fact, I have the stream Michelle did right after she lost her main channel, before she was completely nuked from the entire platform. Take a listen to a little bit of it. I don't think I can play much of it.
Dog on my parenting skills? Do you? Do you? You called your child Sherelle.
It's pretty bad, so I'm just going to reference you to it. This is from Devious. Devious on D's streets, on Des streets, on the streets. And ... space. This is why you're off of the tube. Every action has a reaction. Now, Devious, I agree. That is why Michelle is off YouTube. But also, it's the same reason that Molly and Betty and the people who are helping them dox and these other creators that are doing this, the obsessive people. So today, I'm going to bore some of my audience and I'm going to talk to you about what we're allowed to do. Why are we on this platform? Why are we here at all? What are we allowed to say? What are we allowed to do? And what are we not allowed to do? Okay, I'm going to tell you, and it's not even going to take a long time. And we're not going to do that until later. So we're going to take a look at these clips. We're going to tell you what's going on. I'm going to update you with some things that are happening. I'm going to tell you to refer to nonsense, to refer to the video that Nonsense is watching and reacting to right now. I have that video. See, make sure I got the right one. I have it somewhere. Yeah, Toastgate. A quick message to Toastgate, I think is, yeah, we've got the video. And the thing that, what in the world? Oh my God. That thumbnail spackle. Wow. Predicted the future. Now, I showed you a video a few weeks ago where Michelle was streaming and she seemed to be a little bit out of it and started to send a text message while she was streaming. Problem is she was eating, and her text, the phone she was texting on, was a piece of toast. Isn't it ironic? It's a little bit ironic, don't you think? The moderator that was targeted, that caused a lot of this to kind of unfold a little bit, is called Toast. And we've got a YouTuber who's been doing Molly content, exposing the grifter side of this community for a long time, called Burnt Toast. So it's a little confusing, and I'll make sure to break down what we're talking about as we go through. Which piece of toast are we talking about? And also, my assistant is a burnt piece of bread. Therefore, I do think he qualifies as a piece of toast, at least according to the dictionary. All of those pieces of toast, the story of Michelle's final days on the platform, and the secrets and the leaks from from Betty's doxing book, Molly's doxing force, and the rest of the harassment community who's been helping Molly accomplish her ultimate plan. And again, Molly is not the ultimate backbone here. Remember, there are several communities that were brought together by Molly, and they all were friends and they all were together. And when they all started to argue with each other, they fractured into other groups. So there's the person I mentioned, I said I was only going to say their name once. There is Molly and the people that work for her. Betty is included in Molly's group. And then there's another group. These people were the Caters. They were select members of the Cater community that when Molly turned on Katie, they started to work for Molly in the background. They started to help Molly accomplish her goals a few months ago. Oh, it was right before Nonsense got doxxed. Okay? The Cater community did help, if not supply the dox to Penelope and Molly. And they helped use the dox to try and harass Nonsense. And yes, that's why my title has the sad reality that Nonsense's husband, who is innocent, he's not on YouTube. He doesn't go on her streams. He hasn't said anything bad about anybody. He works, he supports Nonsense and several kids. Some of those kids aren't even his, that he supports due to life situations. They would have him lose his job. They would screw these 3-4 kids over literally just so they could make Nonsense a little inconvenienced. That's a fact. That's how evil, not just one of these people, not just one group, the entire group. That's how bad, it's how evil, it's how nasty they are. And you know, I do hate the fact that no matter what we do when we come into these stories, it's almost like you just have no ability to help. These people are like they are because of the fact that these are bad people, okay? You can tell easily which ones aren't bad people. They're the ones that'll tell the truth. They're the ones that are going to respect you enough to tell you the truth and not manipulate you and use you for your money and your donations, okay? That's what people that are trying to lie to you, create fake content, create fake narratives, create bullshit, try to hype themselves up as some big thing and all this garbage, right? That's what they're doing. They're trying to get your money. They're manipulating you. And it just sucks. You can't get through to people because, again, they aren't here for you. There's a big difference between every one of these creators and the creators out there that are actually trying to bring you content. The ones that are doxing, harassing, the bad guys are there for themselves. They're there to get your money, even if they have to lie. And then you've got the creators out there that are here because we're just witnessing the insanity, laughing at it, and trying to tell you what's going on. So it's pretty obvious who's who in this story. And it's sad because Michelle, unfortunately, isn't going to be the last one that goes down. Sad. I don't like it. But it's got to happen. And we're going to laugh at this insanity because these are adults. These are adults that feel like they have to act like they're in an elementary school playground. It is. 1/14 of 2023, 4:47 p.m., broadcasting from the East Coast of the glorious United States of America. I'm your host, Unirock, and this is Days of Our Live Streams, Unirock Live.
I don't even know why I try anymore. I don't even know.
What's up, dude? Good to have you. Good to have you, man. I'm doing great, man. Having a great day. How's your day going? Going good.
I'm having a nice lazy Saturday. So slept in, got some errands to run. Didn't even do laundry today. I think I'll just wait off till tomorrow.
Excellent. Daphne, I love that song too. If you want to hear that song, it's Dr. Disrespect. You can type in Dr. Disrespect music. It's called Red Skies or something like that. Great song. He sings the whole thing. He's very talented. Yeah, man. We've got a lot of crazy stuff, Navy. We've got leaks. We've got information on some doxing. We've got Betty admitting that she does stalk people that criticize her on the internet. We've got Molly and some of the people she brought together to help her dox nonsense and others turning on each other, trying to dox and attack each other, turning on Michelle for Betty. For Molly, but you know what? It's too much to go into. We've got an insane, we're going to be sitting in the bleachers watching the insanity of this community attacking each other after losing all of their ability to make money. That's because that's what this is.
Oh, it's fucking crazy. Good Lord.
And you're not happy about what you heard. I just heard about the links that Molly and her friends have gone through to dox nonsense. And it really does piss me off. They were trying to get her husband fired from his job. That's how far they were willing to go. They were trying to get him fired. Literally just because they couldn't punish nonsense any other way. She pulled the rug out from under them. Remember?
Yeah, it's freaking crazy because nonsense isn't hurting anybody. It's not anything. She's criticizing the way people do things, right?
Yeah.
And
she's
it's
doing
not
a
even
great job
hurt.
too.
She is doing an amazing job, but it's not even. It doesn't hurt them. Like it literally does not hurt them. And they're willing to go real life on this stuff. It's just so crazy. Like you're talking about earlier. So nonsense. We're talking about how they got 3 kids. One of them is hers from a previous relationship or whatever, and then they got
due to circumstances,
2 nieces, and then they got 2 nieces, right? And so that man is like that. He goes to work every day, and so she can stay home and take care of them. He busts his ass every day.
He's a really
good guy.
They're
trying to get him fired.
Yeah, he's someone that I would consider is just a good dude. He hasn't even tried to mix himself into this. Probably because he thought that if he doesn't mix himself into this, that people will be good enough people to allow him to have his life as long as he chooses to, as long as he stays out of the internet drama and allow nonsense Becky to do what she wants to do, to be able to express her opinion without it affecting him and his life and his work. But because the people we're dealing with are this desperate, they need to protect their income so bad. And because the only way they make income is by manipulating. The criticism is simple. It's easy. It's not always complicated or complex. It's just hard to get it all together at first. It's hard to pay attention to all of it. That's why nonsense deserves a medal. And a lot of you guys do too. And me and Navy do too because of suffering through this. But the thing is, if they have that obvious, the people watching them again are floating by YouTube and they kind of trust what they're seeing. They haven't learned the hard lesson of YouTube or the internet yet, that these people are faking it. People that are trying to prove something to you, they're trying to work you up and do those kind of things. While sometimes it is real, most of the time it's going to be fake. It's going to be for them to make money off of you. And people have that layer of trust. And this basic criticism, some of it does get more complex sometimes, but just the basic criticism is enough to get them thinking, to get them questioning what they're seeing. And yes, some of those people at first aren't even going to go back to Molly or Betty or any of these people, the people that nonsense are talking about. Also, I'm just trying not to give certain people attention, or I'd bring up, you know, Amber and others, and I might go deeper into this subject later. I don't know yet. I got to look at things. But my point is that criticism does shake people out of it. It might take a couple days. Now, the thing is called cognitive dissonance. They have Molly's, let's say, narratives work on their minds. They get in their heads. They make them think, no, I know for a fact that Dre starved the kids. I thought that I saw video of it, didn't I? And there's so much drama. There's so much insanity. People will assume, well, Molly's live so much, I can't even watch all of her stuff. So she must have played the video proof when I wasn't watching. That must have happened. And they realize very quickly when they hear the criticism that they've been lied to. And that's why these people fight so hard against it. In fact, let's start right over here. We got a lot for you. I don't know how we're going to get through it. I'm going to try. You know, that's the best I can do. If you, I forgot. If you want to support my show, it's the perfect time to support us because it would help the most right now. But you don't have to. It's optional. We're not like them. We're not going to get money to go travel around and fake out doing things to get your money. You like our show and want to support it, it's paypal.me/unirock or #UniRachel on Cash App, and other ways to support us are in the description. Just by watching, clicking like, and being here, though, you're supporting us immensely, so thank you. Now, Navy, I got to make sure you can see this because, bro, I don't know how we're going to get through this today.
Well, and right fast, the thing that cracks me, I didn't say cracks me up, but probably irritates me the most is that they pretend to go around like they care about these missing kids and all this kind of stuff. And yet when someone criticizes the way they do it, they're willing to attack a family in such a way that they're trying to cut off the revenue stream to support the children in the house. Explain to me how those two things mesh, right?
You're absolutely right. Let me grab my hat, but you're absolutely right, man. It exposes them. Absolutely exposes them. It shows they don't care about kids, you know? I said it the other day. When you watch Brian Enton, when you watch one of the real reporters out there, you notice they update you on a story regardless of how big it is. And then that story will get bigger or smaller, and they'll still update you. They'll update you no matter how big or how small something gets. They pick stories that fit the narrative of what they cover or the subject of what they cover. That's the number one most exposing thing about Molly and Betty and the rest of the tragedy pimps is that they choose only stories that they believe that the rest of the nation, in fact, only the popular stories. We have a new example for you. Betty has found a new story. How did she find this Oklahoma missing child story to get involved in? Ironically, right when she loses her ability to tell lies about Idaho, loses her ability to be able to spread narratives about Idaho because Brian got picked up, right? She mysteriously finds a story with the missing, hey, Mindhunter, thank you. No, you keep it up. Appreciate you. You keep it up too. Ooh, that's right. I did get some barbells, finally. I'm not a person who uses barbells when I exercise, but I have been doing it. I wanted to keep up with Navy because he's been, beating me to the gym and stuff. So yeah, I'm back on it. But okay, back to it. Betty has now found a new subject because it trended. It trended on Twitter. And so she said to herself, hey, I'm going to go to Idaho. And I want to say, what about the last 15 stories that you've abandoned? Right when you couldn't make money off of the BS anymore. You could literally watch the trend graph start to go down. And that's, hey, Sarah, thank you. That's awesome. I love those stickers. I love how you guys can see them on the screen because we didn't used to have that ability just a year ago. And then I got OBS to include all the stickers and stuff. So it's awesome. But yeah, the trend graph goes down. If it goes up, it's got to be big. They're going to grab the story. Once it starts ticking down, they run to the next story like it's on fire and they got to evacuate. Now let's hear what Molly has said about her big black folder. And then I'm going to ask you whether you think this is normal or this is okay.
Past. And So that's the Friday the 13th story for me that changed everything. I will never work on Friday the 13th. I mean, I'm home. I am working, but I'm not working outside of the house. I won't leave this house on Friday the 13th.
You know, Betty, I'm a big believer in karma. I didn't used to be. I used to be an atheist, and then I became a believer years ago. And I'm a big believer in karma because I've seen way too much. I've seen way too much stuff. It just doesn't make sense. I've seen people get theirs so many times, and it would have never happened if it wasn't for some insane coincidence, some accident, some uncontrollable thing that couldn't be predicted brings karma to people. And you know what? You guys have so much negative karma up against you, I bet you wouldn't want to leave the house on Friday the 13th. But hey, y'all, just so you know out there, if you don't have that bad karma buildup, you don't got to be scared of Friday the 13th.
I will never leave this house on a Friday the 13th. I think we have about 2 Friday the 13th every single year. So those 2 days, I don't go anywhere. And this is
Makes sense.
no different. So I haven't gone anywhere. I was planning on, I had some things to do, but I had the roof estimates. They've already got the lines in for the new cable. Yay! So definitely a lot, really, really busy around here. I am surprised I'm making even 300 people in this chat right now. Do you know how many videos I dropped today? I dropped 3 different videos. I dropped like 4 or 5 different.
You barely do better than me on my smallest channel. So my smallest channel, when I used to go live on Unirock too, I used to have thousands of people. When I went live on Unirock TV, I'd have tens of thousands of people watching. And yes, there are recorded clips of this, so you can't say it's a lie. You are on a channel that should have more people watching. You don't because you're falling off. People know the truth. They know what you're doing. They know what you're up to. They don't like it. They've criticized you. And here's what you've done. Instead of responding to criticism, instead of just proving the haters, the liars and the evil liars that they are, right? Because if anyone was lying on you, you'd just be able to respond. You'd be able to counter it with logic, reason, common sense. But because you know you can't, because you are doing those things, of course, you have to have your little black book.
Different, or maybe it was 2 or 3 different community posts. And this is my second live. So I'm surprised YouTube is even notifying people that I'm live. Like,
oh my gosh, ha 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 ha. That's so true and funny and stuff. Ha ha ha.
they're like, okay, Bullhorn, you're taking up too much time over here. Taking up too much time. I'm just joking.
Okay, I kind of want to know what she's been uploading. Like, I didn't see any of these. Though, you know, you think everybody stalks you. She thinks everybody out there, she thinks she's being cyber stalked by people. The woman who legit doxes and cyber stalks people, I've played these clips on this show, thinks that others are cyber stalking her. What is she just paranoid, Navy? What the hell's going on here?
I think it is. Like, a lot of it is.
Oh, Peggy. Sorry. Thank you. My gosh. Peggy, thank you for the support. You're too kind.
Thanks,
I'm not used to that kind of stuff, but you're too kind. Okay, go ahead, buddy. Sorry.
I was just saying, yeah, because most of the time, people, what they're paranoid of happening to them is usually the things that they're doing to other people all the time, right? So if she ever says, oh, I'm afraid someone's going to attack me when I'm going to one of these sites, well, it's probably because you attacked others, right? Like physically attacked. And you've doxed people, you've cyber stalked, you have harassed. And so I can understand where it's starting to kind of like your conscience kind of starting to catch up on you a little bit. And you're probably a little bit scared about the footprints you hear in the background.
You know, that's a great point. When you do hurt people like Betty has, when you do those kind of really mean and nasty things to people, yeah, you would maybe be paranoid, but that's not cyber stalking. These things that she's done to these people were in real life. They're definitely not cyber stalking her. And what I believe is that, well, I mean, what happened to Toast, the YouTuber, what's happened to other people she's targeted. I just played a video clip 4 or 5 days ago where she is demanding, threatening to burn somebody's house down and all this crazy stuff because this person criticized her on the internet. So she is a Molly. She does what Molly does. And I believe she does it with Molly. I would go as far as to say there is evidence that she does, but we'll just let her talk.
In Arizona. So this is a major thing. Me personally, if you've been following my videos, you know I don't believe this little girl is alive, but there's still the possibility she is.
Why do you not believe the little girl is that? Okay, this is what normal people do, Betty. You get mad that people consider you a liar and a faker, okay? So when you say that you believe that a little girl who's missing, whose sibling has just been found, according to what I read, if I got that wrong, update me, because again, I haven't been able to study this new case. I've been too busy getting all this ordered for you. But what I read, there were 2 children missing. One of them was found. If I got the wrong case, correct me in the chat, okay? So why is it that you believe so hard that the one that's still missing is deceased? And I'm being genuine. I want to know. You guys purposely leave out the facts and you constantly call to speculation, and then you end up being wrong every time. In fact, you still had, as of the last time I looked, which was last night, the fake audio from the Idaho on your channel. To this point, you do not care about the facts. You don't care about the truth. Let me see what the chat's saying. I want to make sure if I got something right or wrong, right? BHB doesn't think she's a public person, although she's known all over the world and has a press badge. Well, yeah, she would never win an argument that she's not a public figure. Now, she could say she's not, though the fact that she says what you just said and many other things proves that she does believe she's a public figure. She just doesn't understand what a public figure is. She doesn't get it. She thinks she can just make stuff up. We got Molly from Forgotten Whispers. Hey, Forgotten. Good videos lately. Molly and Betty have been in cahoots for years together. A little tantrum between them here and there, but they always come back and they use each other for their own sick narratives. Exactly. Exactly. And your videos that I was showing yesterday and the day before, you know, the videos from your channel that I've shown does a lot to show that, right? Yeah, that whole press badge. You know, why can't we get them to listen to a single bit of criticism? They don't have, you know what I think they do, Navy, also? I don't think they just use the lie that every person who criticizes them is stalking them or cyber stalking them, right? Just for the lie or the claim of it. I think they do that to demonize us so that they don't have to answer any of our criticism. Because we're right. The easiest thing to do, if you answer our criticism, it will expose you further to being what you are, because we are correct. We are right. We use facts. We use logic to criticize you. So what do you do when you're up against somebody like that? Well, you demonize them. You make them the bad guy, or you pick people around you who are smaller or who have no real thing going on, and you grab at what they're doing to you and play the victim or something. Regardless, though, she should still be answering our criticisms.
Okay? They haven't found her. And it's our duty, Summer's Army, right?
Did she say Summer's Army? Summer's Army? What in the world is Summer's Army? Is that something she did with the Summer Wells case, was form an army? You know what I'm saying? To try to help Summer Wells? I mean, like, that's what makes me think it is.
These are also the same folk that think that if you criticize them, that you're stalking them, in love with them, and obsessed with them, right? So they can take anything. They take criticism and claim it's cyberstalking.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Now, why are they so scared of criticism if they're right? They act like they're right. They don't got nothing to worry about. They know what's up, right?
When it comes to our children,
that's not your kid. That's not your child. And if we could ask, let's just get theoretical, Betty. Let's ask the parents, because that's who gets to make up their mind here. Do you care if someone with these extreme felonies comes and looks for your kid? They're going to say no. They're going to say, actually, you know, people that hurt other people, whether they're, you know, and then how about we ask what you admitted to yesterday? You know, slap up the butt. People that slap up the butt, do you think they should be looking for the kid? You know what I'm saying? There's just some things where you've gone too far. Your anger, you do this to I think it makes you feel better. I think it makes you feel like you are proving that your past mistakes, which of the ones that are very extreme, some of them aren't that in the past, in my opinion. You do this because it makes you feel like you're escaping your past mistakes. See, I'm up here and there are 50 people who treat me like I'm a professional. So the other, 40,000 people who laugh at me, you guys are the bad guys.
We get this information out. So I need you guys to help get this information out. And so I'm
How? What do you want them to do? You want them to go grab a news article that gives all the information and then go share it? Is that what you want them to do? Or could it be that you want them to share your video?
entertaining the fact that I may be going to Oklahoma.
Oh, now she may be going to Oklahoma. I wonder if she's going to need money. I wonder if she's going to try to say she needs funding to be able to go help this kid. I mean, would I be crazy to wonder that, Navy? Like, I might just be crazy. I might just be off my rocker to wonder that. She would never do that.
Oh, well, no, never. She doesn't have a history of it or a pattern of doing these things. Nope, not at all.
Exactly.
Right? Might be going to Oklahoma real soon.
Might be. Yeah, she might be if the story keeps trending. If it doesn't, she ain't going.
Not going to tell the dates.
Not going to tell the dates. You just said might be. Is this why you keep getting into issues with those hotels? Charging you for renting rooms and then like not showing up and they still charge you and then you flip out like a psychopath? Is it because you just are flippant with, if you're real reporters don't do that. They don't just sit around and reserve rooms and shit and then not go. You know what I'm saying? That's not what a real reporter does. But hey, you've got a press badge. That's all it takes to be a reporter. That's what you said. All you got to do, you don't got to go to college. You don't got to have a reputation of actually following ethics of reporting or standards at all. No, you just need to print a badge.
Not going to tell the dates at all. But may go to, I haven't committed to it, but in an abundance of caution.
You haven't committed to it, but you've rented the hotels and you're expecting to get paid to go there.
In an abundance of caution.
Yo,
I wish Betty would commit not to go.
Yes. Yeah, I wish she would commit to getting a different chair.
For all the haters out there. You can send
you don't like
my
her Twitch
stuff
streamer
to
gaming chair?
Okay, here we go. Now, she's going to now bring up a big binder, a big black binder, okay? And she's going to make some threats. She's going to make some implications. She's going to try to insinuate, right? And she's going to say some things. Here's where it gets interesting. This is what we're here for, okay? So, pay attention.
For all the haters out there.
For all the haters. I wonder if she means criticizers and haters, or if she just means haters. Like, how does she define the word hater? Because if someone's criticizing you, they're not hating on you. If someone's correcting you, if someone's showing that you've been posting fake audio, you've been manipulating families that are grieving for your own personal gain, you've been exploiting stories, that's not a hater. That would be criticism. A hater might be someone that's, hates on you, but I've yet to find any channel. Heels in the Air doesn't hate on you. The other channels out there that I've seen catalog your stuff isn't hating on you. So I have a hard time thinking you have actual haters. But you know what? Let's see what you got.
You can send my stuff to law enforcement. I can't too.
That is a Molly response. I don't believe her. I do not believe her. That looks like her record, okay? Now, maybe she's arguing and having some drama fight with someone who has a pretty big record like that. I got to turn down my mic. Guys, let me know if you like the settings on my microphone. We have a bunch of new filters OBS has implemented, so you should my mic should sound cleaner. If it doesn't, let me know. If my mic needs tweaking, let me know, okay? But before the stream, I got it sounding a lot better, I thought. But just let me know, okay? Back to what I was saying. You think this is intimidating, or is this an act? Is this an act for your audience? Because it literally is so cringy. In fact, I'm raising you 2 points on the lolcow meter because you are literally, what? You think this is intimidating, or you think you're cool because you put a bunch of pages in a binder. Now, here's the problem, Betty. Here's the problem. You said that haters on the internet who send your record to law enforcement, that's not illegal. It's not wrong. That's not bad. Okay? Would I do it? No. I do my show. I don't do anything outside of my show. Though, if there are people out there who you've doxed and harassed and targeted, and because you've done those things to people, we have evidence of you doing this to many people, and they decide that they need to send this to law enforcement so they know that you have a potential of harming people that are around you, threatening people that are around you, I would call that being a good citizen. If you had been targeted by her, if you have direct experience so that you know for a fact she's doing this, if you're just going out and harassing her, even if you don't have direct experience, but you've witnessed her do this, I could still understand people being motivated to do that. But Betty didn't say that these people are threatening her. She didn't say that they're doxing her. She didn't say that they're doing anything wrong. I don't even think she realizes what she just said. She took people doing literally their civic duty when it comes to her past record and her threats and her violence, and says she cyber stalked them. She went and looked up every detail she could find, like Molly does, like her other friends do, and put this much. She thinks that do you really believe that this is real? Number one, this is not real. She just took a bunch of bullshit and threw it in a binder so she could pretend. In my opinion,
knows that 100 blank pages.
I know, right? Maybe there's some writing on there, maybe not, but maybe it's a binder that has her record, because I know for a fact her record would be about that thick. That might actually make more sense. Maybe she does have a hater who threatened her and has a bad criminal record. But again, Betty, you realize what you're saying here? So you're saying that you have a really bad record where you violently hurt and permanently damaged many people and almost killed them and threatened to kill people and ran up on property you'd been banned from, had a bunch of drugs in your pocket, nose candy stuff, and you admitted to being using it and being addicted to it. This is in the reports. I'm not making anything up. And that record is very, very, very complex and thick. And you're saying if someone sends your record to law enforcement out of a concern for the communities that you're going to do what with their record? And if it's bad that they got your record, why isn't it bad that you have theirs? They actually had a motivation to send it to law enforcement. They've got proof. Do you have any proof that the people you're targeting have done anything wrong or done something that would be okay with you doing this to them? It's a very odd thing to say. It's bad if you send my record to law enforcement and then say, hey, haters, I've got all your records. It almost seems like you're saying you're a hater. You are exactly like the hater. You are mad at the hater or something, and who knows? But this is exactly what Molly did when she first got mad at me. She tried to lie and say that I had a record, which is silly and funny. She tried to make up lies about my family and all of this insane stuff. So it doesn't shock me that Betty would be playing just like Molly does. That's why I'm leaning towards it being fake, but let's hear what she's got. Let's hear it.
I can too. So what I did.
You can too. So you are cyber stalking. You are doxing. You don't mind not, being right up front with it, right?
Oh.
Okay. Okay.
Kim in the live chat saying she's doing this because someone is sending a packet to the cops. The tragedy pimps go. It's called the tragedy pimp packet. True story.
I know. You know how I know? Because when I first brought up Betty, even in a glancing way, I got people informing me of her record and how extensive it was. I didn't get her record from anyone. They didn't send it to me. Now, I did get deferred a few days later, a week later, to Burnt Toast's video where Burnt Toast goes through some of the worst things. Then later, I searched BullHorn Betty on Google. The first result was a Reddit post that had her record in it. And it led you straight to a public website on wherever the hell it was. And this is just in one area where it had the 42 things of those 42, I looked at the felonious ones. I think I read 2 or 3 of them and I was done. I didn't even look at all of them. One of the things that I've heard Heels in the Air say is that her record is way more extensive than most people even know about. I have no clue whether that's true or not. I could probably guess that's the case from seeing how long it is. Listen, most of you know I've pissed people off in the past because I give people a chance. I typically do. That's when, and I'll use Kyle as an example. Kyle had robbed money. Well, he didn't rob it. That's a different, okay, he stole money from a church. He had done this thing. He'd gotten caught and went to prison for almost 2 years or something. And he got out, and this was a long time ago before he started YouTube, and he got on YouTube, talked about how he changed, talked about how he learned from it, talked about how he never wanted to be that way again and all that stuff. Now, here's the deal though. You give people a chance if it's in the past. If you can look at their behavior and say, yeah, it seems as if they're trying to do the right thing. Do they mess up? Sure. But are they trying mostly? Yeah. That is not the case with Betty. Betty proves every time she streams, every time she talks, because she lies, because she threatens, because she doxes, because she does just what she did right here. Betty, if you weren't still like you've been your whole life, your response to people criticizing you would be to respond and actually, you know, defeat them with commentary and logic. Let's say that you didn't want to do that, but you don't want to give them attention. Fine, you ignore it, right? If they're not doing something illegal, you ignore it. If they do something illegal, tell the police. File a report on these people. We encourage you to do this if someone's doing anything wrong to you. The problem is, if you have a record like that, and you're getting better and you're actually going through therapy, or you're going to reform and you've been reforming and you're good now, you would know already. You would have already been taught. You would have already recognized that you don't need to keep living like this in this vindictive kind of cyber stalking way that you're admitting to here if you've changed. And that's another reason why I don't believe you have.
Is I went ahead and put this book together of all the haters, comments, everything, pictures of them.
Whoa, whoa. Did you just admit to cyber stalking people? Did you just admit to cyber stalking? Violating privacy and cyber stalking people?
I hate to say it, but it sounds like she's putting together a target package.
It sounds like she's putting together a list of people that leave comments. I got to hear it again. Let's hear it again.
I can too. So what I did is I went ahead and put this book together of all the haters, comments.
Haters' comments. Their comments on YouTube? Why wouldn't you just, if someone threatens you or does something wrong on YouTube, you could, yeah, take a screenshot of it if you need to and collect it. But why wouldn't you just report it? Why wouldn't you just take it to the police if it's real bad? Like
everything. Pictures of them. Pictures of their channels. Links to their channels.
Whoa. Whoa. Wait. So hold on a minute. You're talking about YouTubers. You're not talking about cyber stalkers. You're talking about viewers on YouTube and YouTubers on YouTube. You're not talking about some haters that are actually stalking you or cyber stalking you or following you around. You do realize that we have a right to commentate on what you post publicly, right? It is our right. You're the one who's always concerned about rights. Right of free speech, right of press, blah-de-dee, 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 right? Why is it that you don't, that's a blank ream of new paper. Blank as her mind, says J-Dub. I believe so too, J-Dub. I'm with you, buddy. I'm with you. But for her to act like the YouTubers out there are doing something that she should cyber stalk them, you very well could have violated one of those YouTubers' privacy by doing what you've done. Just so you know. You could have. Because you just said that these are people that are doing something wrong to you, and we think you're being cyber stalked. But people making YouTube videos, leaving comments, talking about you is their right. So obviously, you're either so out of your mind with this, you can't take criticism because you're such a narcissist or something, that you think you have confused in your head that you have a right to do all this crazy stuff that you do, but no one else on the internet has the right to look at what you're doing publicly and commentate on it. Now, if somebody's like going in and like doxing you or some shit, I could understand you maybe building a file like that to give to the police. But if you're building that file for any use of your own or to give it to anyone else, you are doxing them. If it contains more than their channel, if it contains anything private about them, and I guarantee it does if it's real, then you are admitting to doxing YouTubers that piss you off. But let's hear what else you say so that we can deduce. We want to be able to determine whether she's crying over YouTube criticism, which is a right we have, or whether she's mad because someone's violating her rights. Let's take a listen.
I give everything, anybody that has a criminal record, it's in there, mugshots and all.
So you don't care. Okay, so what you're admitting to is that you think it's right for people who do extreme things wrong on the internet to have their mugshots, to have their record collected. You think that's correct. So you're not mad at the people who got your record, posted it to Reddit, who got your record, give it to families, or give it to the police. Because you're literally doing the thing you're saying is so wrong. It's like saying this dude robbed me, so I robbed him the next day. You're still a robber. You're still a bad guy. This guy came up and pushed me a little bit, so the next day I ran him over with my car, right? You see what I'm saying? This is revenge. What you're stating is revenge. It's not considering people's rights, doing what you're supposed to do, and then moving on, right?
And that includes Angela, that wants to do that to me. Whew, girl.
Angela? Well, who's Angela?
So, and the difference is, Betty, is what people are doing is warning others about you. You are a dangerous person, dangerous and violent, right?
Yeah.
And these people that you're claiming or whatever aren't the ones traveling around harassing folk and hurting folk. You're the one doing this. So when they hear about you going to go creep on somebody else's crime scene, they're going to send that information on because you are a danger, not a YouTube danger. You're a real life danger.
That's the problem. You go real life like Molly and the other creepers do, then how do you get mad? Like, how do you angry? I could be mad for you, Betty, if you were giving an opinion on the internet, because I've spoken against this a million times, and somebody goes digging into you, I consider it doxing if they do it with a malicious intent or of a malicious nature. That's the difference in doxing. That's the lie that doxers on the internet use to try to make you think that they're not doxing somebody. They try to say that they've done it. They collected the information and they've done something with your information, but it's not doxing because they didn't share it. Well, sharing it's not the indicator. Sharing it doesn't make it doxing. It's the maliciousness of it. Whether or not you are handling their data in a private and respectable way. Do you have a real need for that data? Or did you collect it because you're mad at them? If you're mad at them and that's why you did it, you're doxing them. If you gave it to your friend so that you could make sure that they might be able to help you, do something with the information, you have just doxed them, because there is no reason to give someone's private information. There's no reason for you to collect it, and there's no reason for you to share it. There could be a reason if someone is violating your rights and you need to collect it to give it to the platforms or to the police is the only time that would be appropriate. And you have just admitted that you're not doing it for an appropriate reason. But we already knew this about you. You're just reinforcing the fact that you are a doxer. You know you've been caught. You know the video clips are all over the internet of the many people that you've threatened, doxed, and went after. So you know you're not just going to sit there and say that you're not a doxer, just like Molly. Molly's the same way. It's why Betty and Molly both are destined to have the same fate as Michelle. We're going to talk about Michelle in about 8 minutes, right after this video's done. But, you know, the main thing here is if you think that being a doxer somehow makes you better than the people doxing you, well, it doesn't.
Look who's talking. Holy crap. Look who's talking.
How dare you have a drama-free zone banner up, you crazy person.
Well, that's why she does. Everything is a projection. She wants people to believe it, so she puts it up. She wants people to believe that she's doing something, you know, non-dramatic or non-wrong, so she just posts it on the screen. I'm doing the right thing. Now, the scariest part about Betty, if you weren't here yesterday, I was reacting to a video because it had examples of Betty and Molly doing some really messed up stuff, and a lot of it was recent, some of it was a little older, but not much older. We got towards the end of the video, and one of the most surprising things came out, and that was Betty talking about how DHS is corrupt for taking her kids just because she hit them. She hit the kids, and they came in a corrupt fashion, took them. Now, my chat informed me and Navy that they aren't her kids. They were her stepkids. So there's a lot there. But the point is, nobody dug that up, Betty. I didn't dig it up. The person who posted it didn't dig it up. You posted that to your channel and told everyone out there this fact about you. So when we look then at the record that you have of those violent felonies that really hurt people, it made people have physical, permanent physical damage to their body. The man almost died. You threatened to kill many more people when you were being dragged out by the police. So the point is, if you take these things into account and then add the spitting on people a few weeks ago or a month ago while you were there, you screaming in the bullhorn, telling people come out and trying to be violent towards people, that is why people stand up to you, because you're wrong, because you are violent.
Thank God I don't do what you do to me to you. But now the tables are finally turned.
How does that make any sense, Navy, what she just said? How does it make
None
any
whatsoever.
sense? So you don't do it, but the tables have turned. That insinuates you haven't had the opportunity. You just admitted that you've never had the opportunity to do this to them, but now that the tables have turned, and that, of course, you would never imply the tables have turned unless you planned on doing it, because the table, when the table was turned around, you say they were doing this to you. And if you're going to turn the table, that means you're going to do it to them. Don't say it's not true. That's exactly what that means. Someone else made a really good point when she was pouring this coffee, too. I think it was Heels in the Air. I almost want to play Heels in the Air's version of this because she did so good. It's funny, too. I love it. But Heels in the Air said that every time she makes coffee, she pours it and puts in cream, she puts in sugar, she does all this other stuff. But this one time, she just poured some coffee and started drinking it. And she said something about, I wonder if that's really coffee or not. And I found that a very interesting observation, so I wanted to share it.
So I've been on the phone with Oklahoma. I called down the
Okay, this doesn't make sense. So in Oklahoma, there are people that live there that are so upset by Betty saying she's going to go to Oklahoma. They've already spoken out. And if you're from Oklahoma, I hope that you just do the right thing, okay? Don't allow yourself to follow their lead. Don't allow yourself to do anything wrong. Don't allow yourself to threaten them or anything, you know. I haven't seen anyone do that. I'm just trying to say this because I want to see the right thing happen here. And people from Oklahoma have come out. They've given details about what's going on there. One of the details that have come out is that the police station is extremely small. If you're in my live chat, have you heard this? If you've heard this too, let me know, because I want to try to confirm what I've been told, okay? But I've heard that it's a very small police station, that there's only a couple people that work it, and they've had a lot of people come in to help them with what's going on. It's wine-flavored coffee. Oh, okay. Okay. She must be turning flat earth. I think she is. Yes, she very much. Sherry says yes, 2 cops. Okay, that's what I heard too. Okay, everybody's confirming that, right? Okay, thank you guys. Appreciate you. Can't do it without you. Okay. 2 cops, and they've had a lot of help. They've had a lot of assistance. People are very worried. People are doing the right thing. Why would Betty be going down there? Right? If you come to Oklahoma, Betty, we will have you in jail by sundown, says a person from Oklahoma. You know, I would be making sure you do everything the right way, but it's very worrisome. It's very worrisome. You know, I don't know what to do. It's almost like she has this very angry present, not past, and a very, very, very violent past that's very recent. And she's using it, she's wielding it as a weapon to go down to these places to intimidate. And because she knows the majority of people are going to watch what she does, because it's very, you know, most people are very worried. They think that something's going to happen. These guys always try to put on a big show. They get the locals telling them to go away. They get locals that drive by and tell them to leave. And then that's when Betty, the local, reported Betty spit on him. And then she said, I didn't spit on you. And it did look like you spit on him, Betty. It really did. So I'm sorry, but I don't know if you tried to get away with a sneak spit. But that's actually assaulting somebody. Spitting on somebody is assaulting them. I don't know if you know this or not. She claims she didn't do it, but the man claims she did. Anyway, and when you're a person living where they're going, that causes people to watch her. And so she does have way more people that watch her that are watching her to either laugh at her like we typically do, or they're watching because they want to see the shit show. They want to see her get people telling her to leave, because then she gets really angry and really violent. You know what I'm going to try to do? I don't know if anyone has these clips. If you have clips of Betty acting crazy at a location, put it in my general chat down, or give it to a mod and the mod will put it there, because I want to show some of the worst craziness from Betty while she's at a place, so that we can say, hey, if you're from Oklahoma, I'm not trying to outrage people from Oklahoma. I want you guys just to be aware. I don't want anyone talking to her. I don't want anyone following her. I don't want anyone doing anything but informing the people that she may try to interact with, I guess. Maybe that. I don't know. Navy, what can people do here? What do you do if someone with a very violent present and an extremely violent recent past is trying to come to your local area and go around and scream in a bullhorn? How do you handle that? What do you do? Well, what do you think? Because you're in the Navy, so you might know better than me. I've been out for 12 years.
I think it's just super easy. They're going to come to your area, and you know what they do. It's very easy to go into your local police station and give them a heads up. Hey, this is these people have been doing this. They've been kicked out of Georgia. They've been kicked out of Florida. You know, they were warned in Idaho, and they're looking to come here. And I know that y'all seen, because I'm guaranteed, like, the cops are starting to get aware nationwide of what these people are trying to do, right? So you just very easily go in there and let them know. You know what I mean? And you know, if you are associated with whatever case she's going down there for, as far as, like, you know, the family or whatever, you know, you can do the same thing. Just give them a nice little heads up. Nothing big, right? But just, hey, I just want to let y'all know that I know y'all going to be conducting an investigation. These people love to come down and interrupt and yell and throw things. And so I just want to give you a heads up so you know what you're dealing with. It's not a surprise, right? Yeah,
the last thing anyone should do is threaten Betty, because you know she's going to use it. She's going to use it for sympathy. She's going to use it as an excuse. Don't stalk her. Don't contact her. Don't say anything to her. If you see her if you're from Oklahoma and you see her down there, do not interact. Do not engage, because according to the locals, in the last place she went, according to the locals, Betty, I'm not saying you did it, that she did spit, which is an assault on someone, due to them telling her to leave when they drove by in a vehicle. So if I was to look at the way Betty has acted at her protests and her on the ground stuff, I would say I believe the local, because you see her just going wild angry is all out. Like, no reporter ever goes angry and screams and yells and acts like that. But she says that she can do this because she's a reporter. No protester can go down and act like that without police stepping in to stop the protest if it gets crazy. You know, so the point is, the anger, the unprofessional behavior is, if she was really trying to report, if she was really trying to help the kid, help the police, help anywhere, she would be the most professional person you've ever seen. Well, gee, I have an example of one. His name is Brian Enton. And Brian Enton is being attacked by Betty and Molly because they're jealous of him. But let's let her talk. Let's finish this clip.
Surreal police department, and had good conversations with them. Explained, you know, what I'm doing. Explained that, you know, depending on how this goes.
Why can't you tell us what you're doing? Why are you going to Oklahoma? What do you plan to do if you go to Oklahoma? Maybe we'll support you. If you could tell us what you're going to do there, how it's not going to interrupt anyone, it's not going to disturb anyone, how it's going to help the police or it's going to help the situation, why would we care? You know, has there been a single example of them going to an area and actually helping in any way, Navy, that we've seen in the last few months that we've covered this? Never.
No, in fact, the cops have come out and told them that if you really want to protest or whatever, come to the police station. We'll welcome you. Come, if you don't like what we're doing, come protest us. But leave these poor folk alone.
They didn't. The cops literally said, leave our civilians alone. They work. There are people that are bedridden. There are children that are going to school, and you are disturbing them. Leave them alone. Come to the police station and protest as much and as long as you want. And they refused. Isn't that when they left? When the police called them out? And then they went over to this one. Yep. Yeah, that's when they did that. Molly went down to Florida for something and to do a meet and greet. And then she had that big drama because she allegedly ripped somebody off for some money. And then they went to meet her at her meet and greet and all that. And then Betty went over to Oklahoma. And just because the police in Oklahoma, you can go back a couple weeks in our reporting and you'll see this in my stream. They just because they heard the mention that Betty was coming, they put out a warning from the chief of police that they will not tolerate anyone messing with any part of the investigation, and they will arrest people that are the internet sleuths that lie, spread misinformation, and try to disturb or threaten anyone or anything. They're going to get in trouble. And it's almost like they've been on their tippy toes, you know, trying to behave as much as they can through this Oklahoma thing, looking for the next place to go, because of course they are handicapped in Oklahoma. They are against the constant scrutiny of the public and the police. So now,
especially if it's
go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead.
I'm saying, especially if it's a small town, it's going to be even harder on them because those cops aren't going to play. And
they're not going to have the resources, you know?
Nope. They're not going to put with their shit because of that fact. They don't have the time to waste on these people. Sheree dropped a clip in the bottom of General of Betty being gross.
Okay, let's take a quick look at it. We're only going to skip through this. I just want to give some examples of Betty being crazy, gross, the things she's done in other places, just like what she's trying to do in Oklahoma and what she's trying to do in, where's she at right now? I just spaced out. Idaho. Okay.
Hey, Lonnie, this piece.
There's Iana.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Hey, there's your next wife. What'd you do with your baby? What'd you do with your baby? Here's Leilani, this piece of freaking shit fucking mother.
See what I'm saying, Betty? You know, you aren't allowed to go up to suspects and act like this to them. They have rights. Remember all those rights you scream about? I mean...
Kills her fucking baby. Oh, hell no.
They didn't even know this yet. They didn't even know if this Leilani did this yet. They didn't even have a body. This could have jeopardized things very much.
Kills her fucking baby. And comes out here.
Looks like we lost some of the audio.
Here in the world. What 20-month-old baby? So this I just want it right here.
Here, let me go back to where my audio cut out.
Right here. This is fucking like there ain't nothing wrong. She
I hate how much she curses. I'm trying not to have cursing on my show, but you know what? We need to hear how she acts when she goes places. And Betty, now Betty will understand, instead of doxing the people who criticize her, maybe she'll actually feel, oh, I don't know, a little bit of empathy. Maybe because you say you have empathy for people that have experienced tragedy. How? How? You don't have empathy for the people in this neighborhood.
got nothing to hide. Police chief, seriously, this is what is outraging your community.
No, you can't arrest somebody for no reason. You don't have a body and you arrest them, you're jeopardizing the investigation. This proves you have no idea about true crime, about the police process, and about what the hard decisions that do you really think the police chief is sitting at home happy about the fact of what's going on? He's probably torn to pieces. And I know some of you will be like, oh, he's a police chief, who cares? You know what? He's just a normal person. The majority of them are just normal people.
This nonsense right here is what is outraging your community.
And it shouldn't be. You should be outraged. You should be able to, as an adult, maintain that until they have what they need to pick her up. You should never be meddling, demanding someone be arrested before they even have the evidence, for God's sake, because it's going to jeopardize the punishment. It's going to make her walk.
This shit right here with a baby killer that kills her 20-month-old baby. So I just want to know, did you beat him or smother him?
You don't even know that she did it. You have no idea. You're going off of just your own rage. So it's like, you act like you care so much about babies. Why in the world did you hit those kids that were with you? Like, I can't believe that you care this much when you just admitted to what you admitted to. I won't repeat it, but you did admit to hitting kids. Hope says all of them need to sit down and STFU. It's apparently okay for them to do this, yet it's not okay for anyone to do it to them. If you want to dish it out, you better be able to take it. Oh, they can't take it at all. It's one of the key red flags that you're dealing with an actual narcissist, or you're dealing with someone who's faking what they're doing, as opposed to dealing with someone who really wants some form of justice, or who really wants some real thing. Because they should be able to apply their logic equally. They should be able to, if they think they, can go out and treat someone like this before they've been charged in public, right? Why is it that someone can't call the police and say, hey, this lady has a record and we don't want her in our residential area, right? Because you do realize the record you have, you're only one moment away from having your own murder victim. The police report says it all. You choked the person after knocking their teeth loose with your fist. You choked them until they lost consciousness, and they barely came back when you let go of their neck. So it baffles my mind. I wish it wasn't true, Betty. I wish you didn't do this to people. I wish you didn't act like this. I wish if you were going to do this stuff, you'd have compassion towards other people that are literally, you act like you understand the fear that a murderer brings to a scenario or to a situation, right? But obviously you don't, because you're one step away from being one. You're not one because you got lucky. You could have crushed that trachea and with what you did. They could have lost consciousness before you let go. I mean, I'm sorry.
We know he didn't drown. What'd you do to him? What'd you do to it? Look at her face, guys. Look at her face. Not a care in the world. Not a care in the world.
The thing is, one of these days, she's going to come across the wrong person. And she likes to instigate this stuff. And it's very possible. Well, yeah.
Well, you know what I mean? She's accusing this person of murmur.
No, what I mean is one of these days, she's going to lose her stuff physically with somebody. And it's going to be the wrong person. And she's going to
I understand. I do understand that, but what I'm trying to say is if Betty's point is that she knows this person is a murmurer, which is what she said, and that the police are just, choosing not to arrest them, which is what she screamed in her bullhorn and got mad at the cops for, right? Then why is it that she doesn't think that this person isn't going to go haywire and literally do it again in the middle of the street. How about, like, you know, could you imagine if you have an unstable murmurer and the police don't have enough to pick them up? Wouldn't you not want to set someone like that off? Someone who has a potential to murmur. Should you really go and instigate them like this? Because you could cause them so much anger and vitriol to build up inside them after they walk away. How do you know they're not going to find somebody else and do it to them? You know? Because it doesn't make sense. Hey, there's the person who murmured. I'm going to go insult them and put them down and rile them up, and I'm not going to expect them to murmur anyone. It's insanity.
Not a care in the world.
What do you say, Rose?
You're disgusting. Let me ask you, was he crying when you killed him?
Were the kids crying when you hit them? When you were choking the man almost to death? Was he crying?
Was he crying? How does it make you feel to know your baby's full of maggots?
How does it make you feel to know that your kids had, you know, been beat up, or that this man was choked almost to death by you? I mean, we could ask you the same questions, is my point.
And's got tons of trash on his head because of you. You think you're smarter than everybody, little girl? Do you?
I bet she's smarter than you, Betty.
Do you think you're smarter than everybody?
Let's skip ahead, because honestly, if I wanted to show you all the examples of Betty acting like a fool in public while she is at a town she's traveled to, like she's threatening to do to Oklahoma right now, and like she's done in Idaho and other places, we'd be here all night. So let me put it on 1.5 times speed and just skip through it, and we'll get back to what she's threatening to do now.
Savannah, she's sitting right outside. It's 4:30. I bet some of you guys are itching to get off work. Itching to get off work to come out here and tell her about herself. You got late.
Actually, nobody did. To be completely honest, from the video evidence that we have, the only person who came out there protested you and Molly. They were mad at you. Nobody got off work and rushed there to stand by your side. The people came out there and you assaulted them, and your friend Dolly went to jail for assaulting them. So it's not even just you who assaults people in real life repeatedly, does this stuff. Your friend did it to someone that was protesting you, proving that not even you guys can control yourselves at a protest. You and your friends were the ones who were responsible for assaulting someone while you were protesting. That's a fact. He got arrested. His name was Dolly. We have a video recording of him doing it. Unlike you, who you weren't even outraged that this person did this. You wouldn't even talk about Dolly assaulting a person at your protest. You still communicate and go on this person's show and act like they didn't do anything wrong. How is it that you can't tell the difference between assault and assault turning into worse than assault? It's pretty similar. In fact, I would say that they're under the exact same umbrella of a crime. A lot of people don't mean to do it. So, like with this Idaho situation, some people do. A lot of people go to prison over murmur because they don't mean to. They just got angry. They got violent. They weren't controlling themselves. It was an assault that went too far, or that had someone fall down, or that had someone hit them too hard or something, or whatever. So, you know, you really are an absolute walking hypocrite.
In a chair right there. Leilani is out front of her house. She
is allowed to be. I'm sorry, but she is.
hasn't hurt you guys. She hasn't hurt you guys.
She hasn't hurt. So look at what she does, guys. She tries to instigate random strangers from her live stream to travel to communities where, because one person did something, she's endangering everyone in that community. She's forcing the kids, the elderly, the workers in that community to listen to what's going on, the screaming, the cursing. She didn't even bother not to curse when she screamed. This is a disturbance of the peace. You're not allowed to do this in a lot of places.
Some sick shit right here.
Very sick. Very sick.
Just hanging out at the head. Right over there.
Skipping ahead. We'll get this
that
done.
lady's been all up in that damn street. Nobody's here to arrest her.
Yeah, why would they? Are you that dumb? Have you not studied true crime, police process
Yes, she is that
to
dumb.
even a single degree. Have you not read a single book on how the process they have to take? The extensive work they have to do. Literally, how tight their case has to be before they pick them up. Or they have to have a body, or they have to have some other type of very extreme indicator, okay? But they didn't even have a body. And you're literally screaming for them to ruin their case and just start arresting people. Multiple people you guys wanted arrested. So let's get back. We might come back to this, but let's get back to the thing we're here for, which is to react under fair use, which is my right. You don't like taking away people's rights, right? You don't want to take away my right to the press or freedom of speech or any of those things, right? Okay, good. Then you agree that I'm allowed to do this. Let's finish reacting.
I may exercise my First Amendment to the Constitution and protest.
Your First Amendment? Is protesting under the First Amendment? I thought it had its own amendment, but I haven't studied this shit
No,
since I was
it's
in
under
school.
First Amendment.
Okay.
The ability of free speech, protest, redress of government. Yeah, all that stuff.
Okay, just making sure.
Depending. So far it seems like they're doing good.
I need to go read it again. I don't think I've read it since I was in, college?
Had a really good conversation, and I told them what to expect.
You had a good conversation and told them what to expect. Why don't you tell us exactly what you told them? Couldn't be because you lied to the police, is it? Because, why would you be scared to tell us exactly what you told the cops? You should give all the points. This is what a normal person does when they communicate. You want people to be on your side, you need to tell us what you said to the popo.
Told them that they're going to get calls.
Thank you.
They're going to get...
Beware of the big black binder. I know, right? All right, where are we at? 407. Let's refresh this because it's not loading here. All right, we were at 407. Beware of the binder.
Emails. I let them know that not only am I a taxpayer, I'm a level 2. I've had level 2 background checks from the FBI.
Okay, so what about what you've done violently to people? None of this matters. In fact, Heels in the Air had really good responses to this. I don't know what those responses are. I don't know why this stuff happened. In fact, I don't think it was for a good reason. Okay, hold on a minute. Wait. Why aren't you bringing up the real reason everyone's mad? Your violent tendencies, the way you violently act, how unprofessional you are, how you target, scream, and go at people, and the fact that you have hurt people very badly to the point where they've almost died, be out of your anger, and the fact that you had kids taken because you hit them. These are the reasons why people are mad. They are not angry because anyone else gave this information out, because you did, or because it was public. So I'm just having a hard time. How does anyone give two shits about your FBI check when a public record exists of this happening? Why can't you address it? If you've reformed, if you don't have these tendencies anymore, if you don't do this stuff anymore, why can't you just say it? Jesus Christ, you're being dishonest, but acting like we don't see it. Everybody sees it.
I'm a concealed weapons permit holder. I'm an upstanding citizen.
You're not an upstanding citizen, okay? The video recordings of what you've done debunks the fact that you are upstanding. I can't say that an upstanding citizen would do what we've shown. I'm sorry. This is recent. This is the last place you went before where you're at now. Before your current Idaho adventure. You didn't do this 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 2 years ago, last year, well, a year ago, right? So I'm sorry, but I can't, if I have to define an upstanding citizen, do I take all of the, I wouldn't care if you just had 1 or 2 incidents. I could say you're still upstanding if you got angry a couple times, but with the breadth of video that you have of you acting this way, you're not. Not by any real definition of upstanding citizen.
States of America, and we have haters because I'm on YouTube.
No, absolutely not. There are many people that are on YouTube that report on this that don't get any hate at all. that do not have people criticizing them. Many people are small YouTubers who do this. There are people who travel to scenes of these, well, not scenes, communities of these crimes that get no criticism whatsoever. You're criticized because of the evidence we've shown. Your own choices to enact the behaviors we're showing that are not just problematic, but are literally a threat to the investigations. They're a threat to the peace of the communities. They're a threat to the safety of the communities. Spitting on somebody, even though you claim it didn't happen, a resident claims you did, and video evidence looks like you did. I'm sorry, but you can't get past these things. You can't just not address them.
And
we aren't haters for criticizing you. That's the opposite of a hater.
actually stalk me. And
okay, here we go. I have never heard her give any details about her stalkers. I can't wait to hear it. Let's hear it.
I'm on YouTube, and they actually stalk me.
They stalk you. Haters on YouTube are the ones stalking you. Haters on YouTube are. If you have this problem with a person on YouTube, you should call the police. And until you do, I don't understand. That's what people did when Molly did it. That's what people did when they were doxxed in the Letitia fraud raiser. People have done this many times in the past. They've at least sent it to the cops, sent it to YouTube, reported it in the way they had to report it. What have you done to stop your stalker? Who is your stalker? Why aren't you making a video showing people the proof of who your stalker is? Is it because they're just people criticizing you that you're trying to lie about? Because that's you, again, slandering someone if you are lying about them being a stalker. Stalking is a crime.
And try to disparage my name. So I've already...
Disparage your name? Are you kidding me? That's what a public record is. That is what you have done is. That's your name. The things you do in public, the things you say, how you act is your name. No one's getting any of this information by stalking you. You post it willingly. Do you not know this? Do you not understand that what comprises your name and who you are is not the words that come out of your mouth, unless they're involved in some kind of altercation or something. But it is not what you say you are. It is how you act and what you do. That is what comprises your name and reputation. You and Molly and your friends have the worst reputation, to the point that you are on the news. You are on the news for the extreme, unprofessional, disgusting things you do. That is your name. Are you alleging that what you have been shown doing on the news in these areas that you go to is somehow false? How did the video come from your channel then? If you aren't the person doing the stuff in the video, is it a deep fake? What are you trying to say? Are you just lying right now? Do you not understand the definition of words? Is that the problem? Do you think that your name is what you pretend to be? I am baffled by these statements.
I forewarn them of what I expect to happen. If
I thought you just said you weren't going. You see how much you lie? You know you're going. You went through all of this. Do you have nothing better to do? You have no content to, your content literally just takes 5 seconds to make, so I could understand that. You have nothing else to do but call and do all of this for somewhere that you're not even sure you're going yet. I don't believe you.
And when I choose to go there.
So you just willy-nilly do everything. It's just a willy-nilly thing. Like, yo, I'm going to choose to go when I choose to go, and then I'm going to go, and yeah, then I'm going.
So that there's no misunderstandings. It's what I did in Moscow.
There is a misunderstanding right now, and it's the lies you're telling about your public behavior and your name and your reputation.
Idaho,
that's the misunderstanding.
And what tampered down a lot of the, the BS, law enforcement being concerned.
BS? Law enforcement being concerned is BS. Yet you're going to go protest for what you believe law enforcement should do. If you were honest to any degree, you would agree that people acting like you and your friends should be a concern of law enforcement. If you're saying that you don't believe the way that you and your friends act should be a concern of law enforcement, then you are literally out of your mind. How is law enforcement going to protect a community with the things you guys are doing? If someone else is doing what you guys are doing, acting how you guys are acting, you would have the same opinion. And I know this is a fact because you did have the same opinion. The 2 times I've shown people protesting you and Molly, you all flipped out and said that they were doing something wrong. So you know that people protesting you doing what you're doing is a danger. You know it can bring people that maybe aren't the safest people to have congregated together, getting riled up and wanting to, think that someone, did something to a kid and the cops aren't going to arrest them and the cops aren't doing anything or anything like that. It's dangerous.
So, and I went ahead and provided, just for your knowledge, I went ahead and provided my own record to them.
I wonder if it has everything. Yeah, I wonder if you thought you'd do some kind of slick move where you go grab your record and you take out the really bad stuff. Because if you sent Oklahoma your record, they would tell you not to come. I'm sorry. Because they know that the locals are going to protest. So wait a minute. Betty's claim is that the cops have seen the worst parts of her record. Who gives a shit about all the other drug stuff and the traffic stuff? The worst parts where you almost kill people, where you permanently maim and hurt them. You do know that busting someone's teeth loose before choking them out into unconsciousness is a permanent disfigurement. These teeth that are busted like that can be reset, but as you get older, the cracks that happen due to that and the other things that happen will cause advanced decay and advanced tooth loss. It's just a fact. There's no way to say it's not true. As you get older, even if you keep your teeth in perfect fucking, shape, they can still have issues and have to be removed. So, you're just full of shit. Like, I really don't think the cops are that ignorant or that, irresponsible that they're just like, anyone out there who's almost killed somebody and gotten this like bad felony for it, just come on down and you can just hang around in our downtown yelling at people, spitting on people, flipping out, hey, come on down. You're the next contestant on The Protest is Right tonight.
Okay. I made sure that I provided that to them so people can say, oh, she showed them all this. No, I showed them exactly what it is.
Now, hold on a minute. Wait. That sentence didn't make sense. That sentence does not make sense. I think you just outed yourself as lying. Hold on.
Them so people can say, oh, she showed them all this.
Okay. You showed the cops your record so that people who say, oh my God, she showed them her record.
No, I showed them exactly what it is.
I showed them exactly what it is. What? If you gave them your record, why are you saying, no, I showed them the truth? You should be saying, I showed them my whole record. They said they don't mind having someone who did these things come to their town in this extreme tragedy and do the things you're trying to say you're doing. Now, you're claiming that you're protesting there. You said it, not me. You said your right to protest. You didn't mention your right to press. You said protest.
That I have done. And then I went even further than that and showed them what I have been convicted for.
How? So you called them, you sent them the police reports and the records through email, or did you just give them the website or something? Like, they went and looked while they were on the phone with you, while they're investigating this. They have told the media they are so busy down there and that they're literally working. I believe they said like to the bone. They used a phrase to state how hard they were working in Oklahoma. And I believe them. They showed a lot of video of them working really hard. So how did you have a conversation where you're communicating with the police force and at the same time you are either faxing them or sending them like, I don't even know, it's like 400 pages. I'm not kidding, of stuff. And that somehow you sat on the phone with them and went through the worst things you had done with them? I don't believe you. How long did this phone call take? Can you like maybe take a screenshot of the record of the phone call on your phone, blur out the phone number and show us like how long it was? This would take hours for you to go through your record with these police. I've seen it. I didn't want to see it. I saw it and it would take hours. That's just a fact. That is not an exaggeration. That is unless you're lying.
I'm fine. So don't worry if
What?
I showed them what I have been convicted for. I'm fine.
I'm fine? Did you say I'm fine? F-I-N-E?
Even further than that, and showed them what I have been convicted for. I'm fine.
I'm fine. That does not make sense. That sentence does not make sense. You are lying. All your body language. When you lie, Betty, you do very specific body language. You get very cocky. You get very smiley. You get this weird angry look where you're trying to force yourself to look like you're happy, though you fail and you look like you're very angry. Your body language says it every time. You can see the anger swelling in you. You can see yourself trying to push the anger down, and you can see that you're lying every time almost. I just, you and Molly are some of the worst liars on the platform. I'm not even going to break down your lies in my famous unirock segment, Unirock's body language. I'm not going to, because you're so bad at it. I don't have to. So go ahead and lie, but it's very obvious when you're doing it.
So don't worry if I go back out there, and they know, and I've already told them.
If I go back out there, you just said that you called them. What do you mean go back out? See, this is how you know someone's lying, because they get flustered. They worry about one part of the lie, and then they mess up another part of the lie. So were you physically there and you have to go back out there? Or is it that you called them and had a conversation where you must have been in some kind of like Zoom call that allows you to share files because you went through all these records with them? You're lying, Betty. You are straight lying.
And showed them what happened at Quentin Simon, and just told them I would really like to.
How did you show them? How did you show them this?
That's an 18-year-old boy. Come here.
Hey, darling. Come here.
I don't have a problem with you, officer. I'm pissed off, but
Yeah,
you're
it's
nice.
that one.
Oh, so you had to have the police. Obviously, the police had to come. You went to someone's home, waited, and this is called stalking, by the way. You went and waited for a person to come out or something, and then you started yelling curse words, screaming at them, accusing them of a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I think you're not a cyber stalker. I think that it's very easy to say that you're stalking this person, but you call it a protest, I call it stalking, whatever. But you had to have the cops come due to you acting a fool and acting unprofessional. If you would have just asked that woman some questions when she walked out, the police wouldn't have come. If you would have just, I don't know, like, had a little news segment prepared. Can I interview you, please? You do notice that before somebody interviews someone, they always ask them if they can interview them. You didn't do that because you're not the press. You don't have protection of the press when you're not following the ethics and standard of the press. But back to the bullshit, because you're bullshit Betty. You're not BullHorn Betty. You are bullshit Betty. You are a pathological liar.
Avoid a situation like that, and gave them my suggestions on how to handle the situation.
Okay, pretentiousness, okay? Very pretentious here, very acting much.
Should something like that arise.
Arise. Notice how she carries her words when she's trying to seem authentic. She only tries to seem authentic when she's not being authentic. You don't have to seem authentic. If you are being authentic, you're already authentic. It's why you have to seem authentic and carry your words in that way. You try to talk like a news reporter. Hey, my name is Uni the Rock Reporter, and I'm very authentic. And I've had a conversation with the police. You see what I'm saying?
I've also talked to them about if I am harassed or threatened or feel threatened for my life. If there was an easy way for me to get a temporary restraining order very quickly.
Are you kidding me? Who's gonna threaten what? Temporary? Why is it that the people that you go to protest can't get a temporary restraining order very quickly? If I look at this last video I played, who needs a restraining order in this situation? Is it the person who walked out of their home and calmly walked away quietly? Or is it the psychopath screaming curse words and acting a fool in the street hundreds or thousands of miles from where they live in a foreign neighborhood, a place where they don't exist, where they don't live? You know, I would say that the people that you protest historically, according to the evidence, are the ones who need the restraining orders here. You know, I'd have to ask, hey, Navy, what would stop a person who they are going to go and protest from getting a restraining order against them due to their past behavior? Like, if Betty could get one, why couldn't they? You know?
Yeah, no, 100%. I don't know what she's thinking. She's not very smart. Right?
I mean, we can only use. No, please go ahead. Sorry, there's a little delay.
I'm just saying is that they could do the same thing with her, because all they got to show the cops is her previous actions on YouTube, right? No one cares about her previous record, and the fact that when they combine it with the things that she does, it makes her, in my mind, in my opinion, a potential threat, right?
Exactly.
But yeah, this person could do the same thing, because it is harassment, right? And they get very close to harassment enough to where I think that they could, yes, do the same thing to her, where she can't be within 100 yards of them, right?
I think after what Dolly did, assaulting a woman who came there, parked, got out, and protested them, that they protest people. So they shouldn't have been mad. There shouldn't have been an issue. There should have been no anger. There should have been no confrontation. So this person equally did to them with a bullhorn what they were doing to this community. Do you think that they were okay with that? Do you think they said, well, you know what? Other people should be free to protest us if we are free to protest these people? They didn't do that. One of her friends, called Dolly, walked over and assaulted the woman and got arrested. So I'm sorry, Betty. You know, maybe you should not hang out with these crazy people or something. But then again, if you did that, you wouldn't be able to hang out with yourself.
They assured me that there is.
They assured you that there is. So you just said that if a hater makes you fear for your life, sure. If someone says they're going to hurt you, you could get a restraining order. That makes sense. When has anyone ever done that? Because the only people who have ever been hurt when you go to a protest are people that protest you. It's a fact. They were assaulted. This is literal record. It's recorded. It's a record. I could play the video right now. I've already played it 50 times. I'm not going to, but
so if I choose,
you can search and find it. You can search and literally pull it up.
To go out to Oklahoma.
I think it's on Heels in the Air. Is it on Heels in the Air?
Oklahoma. I have covered every single one of my bases that I need to cover.
It might be. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, I bet it is. Hey, Rachel Wolf. Hey, good to see you.
So if the haters want to come and say, oh, we told them this and we told them that, baby, you don't need to tell them nothing. I already told on myself.
I don't believe you at all. Your story doesn't make sense. The story of you telling the police is so full of holes, it's worse than some damn moldy-ass Swiss cheese. I'm sorry. You did not speak from your memory. You spoke from your imagination the entire time you told that story. I already called out every inaccuracy in it. No, you didn't. You know that if someone gave the police your record, the things you've done and admitted to, videos of you and your friends assaulting that woman and you being okay and still supporting the assaulter, all of these things, I think, the cops would be not doing their job. They had to have told you, ma'am, we're dealing with a very stressful situation. Our residents are in fear. There's a little girl who's missing. Unless you're law enforcement or the press, with a degree, with training, with a proven career, I don't think you should come down, right?
And in addition to that, I told on all.
Like her body language is not any kind of honest body language. Why is she using a filter? I just noticed she's using some kind of filter in her camera. It's really weird.
You too. So go ahead.
What did she just say?
And in addition to that, I told on all of you too.
Okay. Notice, I'm going to go ahead and do it. I have to do it because I just noticed something that's very obvious. So we're doing it. We're going to break this down in, I haven't done this in a while, in Unirock's body language. We're going to break this down because there was a couple tells there, and I want to give them to you. Okay, just that last part. Oh, Betty is the kind of liar who is very vindictive. She wants to be able to poke at people who she feels have given a slight to her. I'll give direct examples in this video right now. In the beginning of the video, you notice how she was trying to basically say, I have what you did to me, getting my record and collecting it. I have done to you. Look at my big old fake binder. You know, that's an example of her trying to have a vengeful tit for tat with people she's angry with, regardless of the fact that she's doing this on YouTube. She's like doing this on the internet, becoming a literal cringe lord by doing it, and she's still willing to go that far. It's because of this kind of very unique narcissism that you see from Molly and Betty and some of their friends. They feel they have to basically fight back or jab back at people in the same way they're jabbed at. And there are many more examples of her doing that in this video. One example followed by the next, I believe, is good enough though for this segment, but
so if the haters want to come and say, oh, we told them this and we told them that.
Again, she does exaggerated acting. I called this out for Molly. She may have learned this by hanging out with Molly. They have a shift in some of their behavioral patterns. I don't know how to say it, but they basically start acting very kid-like or very taunting-like. It's almost like a conversation you would have with a kid who's got caught and is in trouble, but is trying to pass it off on one of their friends or pass it off and flip it around and do a bit of a Darvo situation where you reverse the victim. So instead of her victimizing people like she's done, she makes herself the victim of the bad thing these people have done. Illogically, because they're both, according to Betty, doing the same thing to each other and therefore should both be equally as bad. But it's coming up.
Baby, you don't need to tell them nothing. I already told on myself. And in addition to that, I told on all of you too.
I told on all of you too. This is that vengeful thing I talked about with the binder in the beginning that she's done multiple times. This is a extreme example of it here to cap off the lie, to cap off the act, to cap off the narcissistic display. The laugh, though, is the icing on the narcissism cake. Okay, this laugh combined with her little, flipping around and stuff like that goes to show, in my opinion, just how much of a farce this entire story is. That's my opinion, though. Take a listen.
I told on all of you too. So go ahead.
Hey.
Make my day.
Notice the anger then comes out. Earlier, I called to how she's trying to push the anger back down. She just unsuccessfully pushed the anger back down. She lied like this, trying to push it off on the people she's mad at. It didn't work. She realized it after she did the dorky kind of goofy laugh, and it angered her that she doesn't feel she's put on an adequate act to her hater. And that's why a burst of anger comes out after she does the laugh. Here you go.
So go ahead, make my day.
Right there. The audio level of her normal talking, the go ahead pierced my headphones. She just jerked forward, yelled, "Go ahead," very much louder than her previous words, and that's because of the burst of anger. And this is something you can notice from Betty. I'll give another example. It's not in this video, but it was when we were watching her talk about how she wanted to do some kind of interview or discussion with the grandmother in the Quentin Simon case. Grandmother wouldn't have it, and she got angry and said that the grandmother stole something from her or something. And she's telling this story. She lies, she laughs, and then all of a sudden, she just screams and lunges forward. After she does it, about 2 seconds go by, you can see the flushness, the red in her face and cheeks. Actually, I think you can see it right now start to happen, and it's because the angry outburst is triggered by the lies she's telling and her own recognition that she's not lied adequately enough. She knows she's not lied enough.
They're expecting it. And they're cool. And they said,
she knows how she has to swallow very hard there. It's because, she had to yell very loud. She had a whole reaction from her body. She even salivated. The anger reaction was so intense that on top of yelling, she had a saliva response. And I'm going to replay it so that you can see exactly what I'm talking about because it factually just happened.
Go ahead.
Anger response.
Make my day. They're expecting.
Oh, notice how she does an 80s reference after she gets angry? Go ahead. Make my day. I'm Arnold. I'm the Terminator trying to seem like I'm not a robot. Okay, robot Betty.
Yeah. And they're
See the big swallow right there? See that big swallow?
make my day. They're expecting it. And
that is part of the anger response. It shows the severity of the anger response. You've probably felt it. You know, you get mad, you get angry, you start yelling, and you salivate a little bit.
they're cool, and they said that they can handle it.
Yeah, I know it's gross, but, you know, it's just something that happened, and I do believe it is a tell of her lies and her act, right?
I said, okay. So I told them I haven't made any arrangements yet to go there.
I don't believe you.
But, you know, I told them that I'm harmless.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you said that. There's that laugh again. Wow. It's almost like I have you completely figured out. I don't believe you said this to the police, and I do believe that laugh and that face is a part of your cope, your internal cope that you have knowing your lies aren't working.
That I do what I do. It is what it is, and I'm just coming there for a fact-finding mission.
A fact-finding mission. You did not find any facts in Idaho. Every one of the facts that you said were facts got debunked immediately by Heels in the Air, myself, Nonsense, and others. You haven't had any facts in the Quentin Simon case. There was no facts that you've ever found. Everything you do is spam. You spam content because it makes money. That way you can generate revenue. How is that a fact-finding mission? If what you were posting actually was facts and it actually meant something, okay, fine. That's why I won't criticize every person who goes around and travels around and covers these stories, even if they're not part of the news. You don't see me criticizing everybody. I do criticize the tragedy pimps because, of course, they're doing it for monetary gain, exploitation.
But should there be a point, you know, it's not uncommon for, if I feel that there's an injustice, that I will use the bullhorn.
So why, okay, you feel that there is an injustice. Navy, will you help me define the word injustice? I know it sounds silly, but just follow me here for a minute.
Okay.
Injustice. So this would be someone, I'd say, violating someone else's rights. Is that a good starting point?
Yes.
Okay. Again, I do think that's what justice is based on. Let's look up justice. Just behavior or treatment in relation to a judge, a magistrate, particular judge of Supreme Courts, country, or state. Okay, fine. Let's go with injustice definition. A lack of fairness or justice. And it links to fairness, which is impartial and just treatment or behavior without favoritism or discrimination. Also, you could say the quality of having light-colored hair or pale complexion. We're not talking about that. But I do think it's interesting. The archaic definition is beauty. And it makes sense because fairness and being impartial is not only a beautiful thing, but it's something that must happen for fairness, for equality, for the right thing, a good thing to happen, right? So you can understand why the archaic definition is beauty, all right, of this. But okay, now, she thinks she's going to pull out the bullhorn because of an injustice. Why? I want to know why. Is it because you have to be pulling out the bullhorn to correct the injustice or to do a positive act toward correcting the injustice? But the problem is that has never happened. In fact, you pulling out the bullhorn has done nothing but violate other people's rights, cause chaos, cause a scene, cause fighting. Are you feeling the direction I'm going, Navy? Oh, I'm sorry, Wicked,
Yeah.
you're right. Make My Day originally was Clint Eastwood. Didn't Arnold, though, repeat it? Because I'm thinking she's bringing it from Arnold.
No,
But go
he
ahead.
said I'll be back. He said I'll be back.
Shit. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Wicked. Go ahead, Navy. Sorry.
No, in fact, she does the opposite. She is suborning justice. She is, you know, she's not suborning justice. She is trying to interfere with the justice that's taking place. So she's actually, what she does by doing the crap that she does is actually suborning injustice. Like, she's like supporting injustice happening, because if she does anything that helps derail the case, then they're not getting justice.
Exactly. I would say that the bullhorn is indicative of something. And it's not justice. It's not pulled out due to injustice, because I can prove this. There is a clip of Betty when the famous individual pulls up and pulls out their bullhorn, and they stand on the other side of their vehicle, separating them from the group of protesters. They pull out their bullhorn and start protesting the protesters. Betty's response is to take her bullhorn out of its holster, spin it around 3 times like she's a cowgirl, and push a button on it so that it goes doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo in the loudest, most annoying way. And she holds it directly, as close as she can, leaning over the car at the protester that's protesting them. So I believe that your bullhorn and your use of this bullhorn is actually an act of injustice. And that's why you have to wield it at people that you demonize. If your bullhorn was anything related to justice, anything related to correcting injustice, you wouldn't use it as a way to fight someone. You wouldn't use it as a way to attack somebody. You definitely wouldn't use it in the ways that you have. Like, it's the opposite of. You are basically the combination of the bullhorn with the demonization of the subject you're going after, lacking of any type of fair, like, court process beforehand, shows you must have them be demonized so that you can use the bullhorn to harass them. It is a witch hunt. The definition of a witch hunt is a campaign directed against a person or group holding unorthodox or unpopular views. And the witch hunt is called a witch hunt because back in the olden days, they would take an unpopular person, or they take someone that they didn't like, or maybe someone that is a different religion than them, or someone that scared them, someone that was different. And they would witch hunt that person. Eventually, it turned in to people witch hunting others for their, you know, as an activity, something to entertain them all, something that made the community get together and feel better and getting justice. But in reality, those people were committing an injustice. And this is something that you are educated in, Betty, when you start to learn about true crime from an actual college, from an actual, like, teacher, from a professor. When you apply justice, you must prove it. If you don't prove it and you apply it, you are applying an injustice, because you're robbing this person of a fair court process, of fair treatment in court. And until they have that fair treatment, the reason why they can walk away from crimes that they've committed, the reason why someone who is innocent getting charged with a crime and getting put in prison, when they get released, they get a bunch of money and they get a bunch of apology and all that, is because they are actually committing an injustice against that person that needs to be corrected with the payment, with the treatment. So you rolling the dice in these scenarios, going in and pretending that you're just in pulling out your bullhorn. In reality, it's the same as someone taking out a revolver and trying to implement vigilante justice. And every time you roll that dice, you're not going to be right a majority of the time. It is a power. It is a corruption. Anyway, I'll let you keep talking because I'm done.
So I'm pretty sure I'm not going to have to use the bullhorn if I choose to go. But if I choose I want to, it's my...
You using the bullhorn is the cringiest thing I've ever seen in this true crime area. Because there's not a lot of cringe in the true crime area outside of people on TikTok maybe, or people that are trying to pretend to be hardcore investigators or something. That's pretty cringe. But you know, Betty, I really appreciate our top. It says it's a good example, Uni, is the Salem witch trials. Definitely our top. Yeah. And actually, that's where I learned a lot about witch hunts. And they'd happened well before, you know, they build up to... We'll have to do a video on it. That'd be a great subject. But as we get to the end of this, we need to talk about Michelle losing her channel. We've given Betty too much attention, and I'm tired of pausing this damn video. So let's put it on 1.5 and let's let her finish because I'm just done.
My choice to be had. So I will be working with law.
It's not your choice to be had. If you're doing something wrong with that damn thing, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I did it. I paused it, and I didn't let her say the. What did you say?
If I choose to go, but if I choose I want to, it's my choice to be had. So I will be working.
No, it's not.
With law enforcement out there.
You notice there? Oh my God! She did it! You are proving me right. You are proving my body language breakdown correct. She just lied and laughed the exact way she did earlier when I called her out for lying. She's lying about working with law enforcement. She knows she's not going to be working with law enforcement. We know it's impossible. They're too busy. She doesn't have credentials. She's not trained. And look at the laugh right after she tells the lie. I'm telling you, man, I'm pretty damn good at that body language bullshit.
But if I choose I want to, it's my choice to be had.
Listen.
So I will be working with law enforcement out there, right?
Right. You're right.
And everything is all kosher.
No, it's not. It's not kosher at all.
Everything is all kosher. And this.
Do you know the definition of the word kosher, Betty?
This is for the Athena Brownfield case. Athena Brownfield case, 4-year-old out of Cyril, Oklahoma, missing. Both of the caregivers are in custody. So, you know, I think this is going to be really good. I am impressed.
Good? Really good? You know, you need to think before you speak. I don't know if you really understand how bad that just sounded.
Yes, with all the videos I dropped today that I'm still collecting 424 viewers here. God bless every one of you.
Do you really think that the majority of those people are watching you and not laughing or not shaking their head? What do you think, Navy? I cannot see any of these people watching her. Maybe 50 of them, maybe. I'd say 50 of them.
I hope so. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, the hardcore people that for some reason have the same mindset that she does. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you look at her chat, it doesn't even move as fast as my chat. You know, when I have 120 people, it's really slow.
Cherie dropped another video of BullHorn Betty going after somebody in the Ottawa General.
Well, we're going to hit that video after we talk about Michelle.
All right. Don't forget to thumb up BullHorn Betty. So.
Oh, she's such a character.
Now we're getting to the ucky, right? We're going to get to the ucky of the ucky. Okay, what the heck does ucky mean? Okay, it's a song.
Oh my God, she sounds just like Darkside Phil.
If anybody knows, but we're gonna get to the ucky.
She really does think
that the swelling to come.
She thinks the majority of those people are watching her, not to laugh at her, not to see the shit show. She's gonna be a really funny lolcow. I'm glad we found her. Okay. So, Navy, we've got an issue. Do you remember Michelle? You remember Michelle? Michelle Goes Live.
I do, yes. Yep.
What are some of your best memories when me and you were live, when we were looking at the fraud raiser? Michelle used to hang out in our chat, and she was very prolific there, very loud. You got any memories of Michelle putting anything in the chat or anything like that from back then?
This was right after, I think, Molly had gone after her, and the whole thing kind of started. She was just like yelling and screaming in the chat, just losing her mind over all this stuff. And you know, and like she'd send me a ton of stuff of Molly doing things and all this kind of stuff and going after her, and it would just like Molly's trying to get her, and then she would end up, while we're doing this, run over to one of Molly's lives, and they would like go back and forth, right? Oh yeah, they would get crazy with each other. So I remember she got mad at me because, let me go ahead and tell you what happened. So she had done all this stuff in my chat, and I started to get fed up to some extent because she was angering and attacking some of you. And we tried to tell her, listen, you got to try to calm down. Like you can have disagreements, but you have to be able to talk with people. You can't really flip out on them in the chat, because we didn't want to kick her. So eventually she came in, she had done a video where she showed a gun, and I had done a response video. And I'd said, that is not a good thing to do while you're live, because
The person who you are arguing with may take it as a threat, even if you don't mean it to be one, just by you showing it, especially if you touch the gun and put it on the screen. That wasn't just you going by the gun, because you actually did touch it with your hand. So just admit you were wrong, apologize for showing the gun while arguing with someone, and don't do it again. She didn't like that. She did not like that at all. So Michelle came into my chat and started spamming the chat and said, Uni, I will give you $5,000 if you can show where I touched that gun, because I didn't touch that gun. And I said, Michelle, I don't want to have a bet with you. You can go back and watch this. My memory's a little rusty, but I said, I don't want to have a bet with you. No, I'll up it to $10,000 if you can show where I touched that gun. And I said, okay, Michelle, okay, fine. And we moved on to the next topic. I said, Michelle, if you didn't touch that gun, I will come back and correct myself. You know what? I'm sorry that I said you touched the gun, because I guess you're saying you didn't touch the gun. And we moved on to the next day. Well, one of my long-term viewers, Dead GPK, went and got the video clip that she deleted from her channel and she thought was gone. And it went up immediately on a bunch of clip channels. He went and grabbed the video clip from her stream before she deleted it. And he uploaded it. I shared it on my community tab and politely asked Michelle for the promised $10,000. I needed a new PC. You know, she's the one that promised it. I told her to stop, you know, and she went ahead and kept going. So I'm like, okay, fine. You promised me the money. In this video, at this exact timestamp, you make the gun move because your hand touches the gun and your hand move. Whatever, you know, go back and look at it. I proved she touched the gun and I wanted my money. And I said, if she's not going to pay me, I'll give her a couple days, but we're going to ban her from the chat because I'm tired of her coming in and derailing what I'm saying just because she's mad that I criticized her, right? I was correct in my criticism. I stand by what I said with her showing the gun and doing all those things. She was trying to derail my criticism of her live, and I didn't appreciate it, so I wanted her banned if she wasn't going to keep her word. Well, everybody knows after that, she went over to her channel and started doing these videos against Molly, fighting with Molly, fighting with other people. And I gave her some advice. I said, Michelle, you've had your fight with Molly. You've won your fight with Molly. You now are streaming with 500, 600, 700 people watching with all the drama you're doing. Take your channel in a good direction because you're going to get banned. You're going to lose this whole thing you've got now. You're luckier than most YouTubers, and you're going to lose it if you keep acting like this. Do some actual content. That way you can make some money off YouTube and have a fan base and have something good come out of this whole mess. She didn't take my advice. Now, I could play you some video clips like the video that got her banned. I also have a live stream that we need to take a look at. Now, it is the one that Nonsense played today. I'm going to get rid of the lull meter here real quick. It is the video Nonsense played today, and Nonsense did an excellent stream, and make sure you go watch Nonsense's stream on this. Nonsense knows way more about all this mess than I do, but I know about a little bit of it from the Molly, Betty, and other side. Nonsense knows more when it comes to some people I've never even heard of and some other people that are mixed in. But I also do have some new information and some observations that I think will help explain what's happened in the background. And I do think there's some, you know, really interesting things to see from this. But before we get to any of that, I don't want to rob you of your chance to tell me what you want me to know about this before we get into it. Because some of you probably know more about all this than we do. We've been very focused on the things we cover, and Michelle hasn't been a part of it. So before we do anything, I'm going to go to the live chat. I'm going to scan through it. I'm going to give you guys a second so that you can type if you want to send a message in to me or Navy. Tag us. Tell us what you want to say. I'm going to go through it for about 3 minutes, and then we're going to go in and talk about how Michelle lost her channel, some video clips to back up why she lost her channel and what happened, and we will try to explain a campaign of people that were working for Molly to try to impress her and try to become part of her little core doxing group who went after Michelle for Molly. Then it turned into, because Molly and one of her lead people broke apart, it turned into the person that broke apart going after Molly and Michelle It turned out Molly going after that person and Michelle, and it turned out a couple of the caters decided they were going to jump into the mix and help Molly so they could try to get on her good side and benefit from their relationship because of Molly's channel size. So if you got anything, you put it in the chat. I got to fill my cup up and we'll get right back into this. So you got about 30 seconds and it's going to get crazy.
I don't know if y'all can hear me, but if you can, yeah, be sure to jump over and check out Nonsense. He's done a lot of really great work on this and has really great lives and going through all this stuff. So it's a really great channel. Drop it in the live chat. So feel free to click on it if you haven't already. Yeah, it's probably because Uni has it coming down.
Sorry, Navy. I played a
Oh, no
segue.
worries. I was just telling people they hadn't checked out Nonsense to go run over and check out her channel. And I
Oh,
dropped
yeah,
the link in the
definitely.
live chat. So
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so we're going to hit the chat here real quick and hear what you guys got. If you want to support me, you know I'm going to share it. Right? I'm not like Molly. I don't get a bunch of donos. So when one comes in, it's a good time. So it's paypal.me/unirock. I'll put the link in the chat right now, and then I'm going to scan the chat to see what you guys are saying, and we'll break down some of this stuff and some of the observations I've had watching some of these things happen in the background. I do consider what happened to Michelle. I believe Michelle was also engaged in targeting people in the same way Molly does, and I believe that the caters and the Amber person, I didn't want to say her name again, but there you go. It's the last time I'm going to say it. Also is engaged in harassment. And I think that all of them harassed each other and a lot of damage was caused. And they also picked on people like Nonsense, like her husband, like others that they were angry at, that were completely innocent and just commentated, just discussed things. And it's one of the dangers of these kinds of groups working. I do believe, though, that this all started, and if anyone wants to disagree with me, I encourage them to, and we can discuss it and everything. But I do believe that this all started when Molly and Letitia and them had taken their tactics that they were using at that time, and during that viral surge to Molly's channel, Molly taking the tactics she's been using for a long time, organizing groups. It incites others that help her to go out and do their own. It shows them that Molly can get away with it, so we can too. And I do think Molly contributed to a lot of the examples of harassment involving the doxing and other things, but that's my opinion. I do think all of them are responsible, all of them are involved, but we'll get into that. So let's scan the chat here. Okay. Oh, there's someone in my chat who is actually helping to find one of the missing kids, it looks like. I hope you have, you know, good luck with it. I hope you guys find that little girl. I'm not going to exploit the story. I might update you on it a little bit or talk about it to the slightest degree. I typically don't cover true crime here. Unfortunately, with me covering the actions of these exploiters in this community, we have to talk about it to some degree now. But just a YouTube watcher says, I think it's horrible that we already have to protect our committed and children from being victims, but now we have to also protect our communities from exploiting the case and communities too. I also do, and I think that what's going to happen is YouTube is going to step in for people like Molly and Betty, especially due to their doxing habits and these other things they do, but I think they're going to step in just because of their content. Now, I think the Idaho response is a thing that will motivate social media companies to start taking it more seriously. When the police start getting angered and they start getting mad, that's when you notice that it'll go up. It'll take time, but it'll go up, you know? Rachel says, thank you, rockAlot, for exposing Big Mouth Betty. If I could afford to send you a PayPal, I would. Sending you blessings. Hey, blessings are good enough for me. Thank you. I just appreciate your support, no matter how you give it. Though, if I want to keep doing my show, I do have to share the link as we go, as we're live, you know? I try not to do it too much, but I share it every, you know, hour or so, and I throw it in the chat, so. And that's right. Yeah, there's a lot of people who have moved to legislation. So, you know, I do hope that someone will sue them eventually. It's going to take one of their direct victims to do it. And it's, unfortunately, it costs money and it takes time. And when they target, that's, in my opinion, it's why Betty and Molly and the others target family members or people very close to the tragedy. Because when you're experiencing a tragedy, the last thing you're going to do is take any time to go do anything else. You're experiencing, in a lot of cases, the worst time of your life. You know, it's very rare for people to have things like this happen multiple times in their life. There's so many people out there. And when one of these events happen, they're very rare events. And because of that, they do happen a lot, unfortunately. But because of that, you know, these people aren't prepared for how to handle it, how to deal with it. They need therapy. They need help. They a lot of times spend a lot of extra money and they're not thinking properly. You know, the list goes on and on and on. And it's another thing that really does expose Betty and Molly and the other tragedy imps, YouTube algorithm, because they don't consider the mental state of the people. You know, the family members. Let's give an example. When they were in the Quentin case, you know, they were attacking people that weren't the perpetrator, okay? And basically taking whatever they could judge them for and going after them. And in my opinion, we shouldn't do that in these cases. We should discuss everything. And when, let's say you have a problem with how the uncle of the murderer acted, in my opinion, you can wait until things die down if you respect the tragedy, if you respect the victims of the tragedy, who are also family members a lot of times of people that commit the crimes. They ruin lives around them everywhere. It's not just the victims. The victims are the major thing. They're the major part. They ruin lives across the board. They're very destructive. So I think it takes away from that when they act like this. I also think that it's why law enforcement and the news media acts in a very professional and sorrowful and very reserved way when they deal with the public and when they deal with these situations, because they are respecting the damage that's been done across the board. And for people like Betty and Molly to claim that they understand these crimes enough to be able to tell you what's going on, break down things, focus on these parts of the stories, and for them not to understand why their unprofessional behavior is so bad in these major scenarios just goes to show that they are doing this for the money. If you recall during the Letitia fraud raiser, I told you, go through every choice Letitia and Molly made and ask yourself, what explains them doing that? And if you go through and you think that they're trying to keep money and make money off this, it explains every single thing they've done. And of course, I mean making money in an exploitative or improper way, but you get me. That is also the case when it goes to Betty and Molly for these cases. They have so many choices on how they can handle or how they can act, how they can show themselves. And of course, and I'm rambling, we need to get back to the topic, but you get what I'm saying, right? Okay. So, Navy, here we go. So what happened was, Nonsense was talking about, and I just learned of some of this. I knew they had targeted Nonsense's husband. I didn't know they actually went through with calling Nonsense's husband's jobs and trying to report him so that he lost his job. Yes. And yeah. They weren't successful in getting him fired, right?
No. As far as I know, if I remember correctly from what Nonsense was saying today, it was just the fact that they had tried to call and start trouble with his work, right?
Yeah.
And this is a man who's taking care of 3 kids, a wife, and himself. He is the sole, like, because Nonsense is staying home, taking care of the kids, right? He's going out
working.
there. He's the sole, he's a sole economic provider, right? Coming in. And the fact that and we were talking about this a little bit earlier, of how sick and disgusting it is that they would try to do this to people because they disagree with them on the internet.
Exactly. And it goes to show that they don't really care for kids' well-being. Chaotic artist Anita says B&B and Molly are always a day late, but they act like they're first with the info. Their audience believes them. I just don't get it. And, when you look at in a live chat, different live chats kind of are different ways. One thing Molly does is block a lot of people other than people who constantly kiss her butt. And because of that, you end up getting live chats that appear this way. I really think a lot of them are just placating Molly or Betty, and that they go to extreme lengths with moderators to block people that ask questions, who make points that make them mad, or that say things to try and criticize. And I do think that it generates those kind of live chats. I think it's why their live chats are so slow compared to mine, because we block relatively very few people ever until we get attacked by someone like Molly. And I always have a rule: when we first get attacked, we only block the worst things, and then at some point we'll start blocking people that are just trolling our chat. But we block very few people. I haven't seen the mods block anyone other than bots in a few days at least. So considering how many people come in and out of these streams, that's pretty big, right? And it's why their chat moves so slow compared to normal YouTubers who actually do their show wanting to hear what you say, that's why I put you up on the screen. You know, a lot of people told me years ago that they loved going through and reading what people say while they're watching the show. And that's why I've always tried to include you guys into the stream the best way I can, right? Okay, so Michelle lost her channel. I have a few clips that I'm going to show you, but the main reason that Michelle Goes Live lost her channel, for any of you that don't know, and again, you can get more detailed information on all of this by watching Nonsense's live stream, is because Michelle was driving drunk while live streaming, which is a massive violation of community guidelines in terms of service. People went and reported her, and they'd been reporting her. There are people out there that have been reporting her for a while, and they went and reported Michelle for this, and she ended up losing her channel because of so many people reporting her. People reported her from her own audience. Some people reported her from the people that don't like her, went and reported her. And I would even go as far as to say that there were a few groups out there that have been battling with her that went in and mass reported her as hard as they could. Because in order to prevent fake stuff from being reported, it does take a good amount of people to report somebody to get YouTube to look at it. And if YouTube goes in and looks and there's nothing there, then they don't do anything. But for this situation, obviously, and that's one reason why Betty and Molly and others delete streams where they'll dox people or threaten people, because they know that if they delete it, it'll stop people from being able to file reports. Because a lot of people don't know that you can just take the link to a stream, go to the YouTube support, the Google support, YouTube support. You can search on Google to find it, and you can literally report a deleted video. But a lot of people don't know this, and that's why they delete videos so often. It's to hide it. It's to stop them from being, struck and getting in trouble like Michelle. But one thing I want to remind Betty and Molly and other people who have tried to dox me, threaten me, or come after me, is that even if you delete your videos, I have all the links and I have my report, and we're not stopping until we hear back from the decision from Team YouTube. And they have taken our report, and I keep updating it. And I do think that by the time this is over, if you've doxed someone like Toast, Burnt Toast with Betty, the other people Betty has tried to dox, Molly and them, I do believe that YouTube eventually, like they did with, they took them about 8 months with low tier God. I think people need to be vigilant, and they need to make sure that they go, and if they have a link where this doxing has happened, whether it's deleted or not, you go to Google support and put it in and file the report there. And as long as we all stay vigilant, if someone's done that, they will, you know, have to have the consequence. Okay, so Michelle went down. I am stalling a little bit because I really don't like playing what I'm about to play, and it's going to be really hard for me to play this because this is really bad. So Michelle got banned from her main channel for 7 days. I think something like that. She then went and streamed on another channel, which you're not allowed to do in that case, and that's why she was permabanned. Also, she was permabanned for some of this.
I supported my channel for no reason, because I'm going to win this.
So she says that she was mass reported for no reason and she's going to win this. Michelle, I'm sorry. I've always been honest with you. I've always given you good advice, no matter how much you attacked me, no matter how much you lied about me. I've always tried to be nice and help you. And I'm going to tell you now, it'll take a miracle for you to ever be able to post on YouTube again after you drove drunk and streamed, on top of some of the things you say here, which I will play now.
They all said that I ban evaded and stuff, and I did not.
Yes, you did. You ban evaded because when your main channel is connected to an AdSense account or a Google account, and you're not supposed to go around and make a bunch of other channels that you don't have linked to that same account. They kind of want you to use the same account. You don't have to, but if you do go in and get banned on any account for 7 days, 14 days, 28 days, you can't go on another channel and go live or upload. You can't. It's why you'll see big YouTubers, if they get a false strike, they'll still chill until they handle it. You feel me? So I know it sucks, but you've violated several major rules. The first is ban evasion, and the second is the drunk driving stream. The third are the things you say here.
That channel was started in June. So all the people.
That channel being started in June has nothing to do with whether you're banned or
that
not.
mass reported me. I've got screenshots of all of them, all of their names on YouTube. Say
If your channel has been restricted due to a strike, which your main channel was, you must not use another channel to circumvent these restrictions. They take this seriously.
listen,
In fact, I know a couple of YouTubers who reported Michelle who have done just that. And I'm glad they reported Michelle for it because I forgot to include that in my report. No worries. No worries, though. They reminded me.
I don't care how much hate I get.
Hold on,
That's how
Michelle.
pissed I am.
Michelle, it's not hate. Doesn't matter if someone likes you or dislikes you. If you drove drunk while streaming, you're going to be permabanned. You can't do it.
I hope Molly's tumor turns malignant.
Okay, I do not like Molly, but I find what she said absolutely disgusting. I had a grandfather who died from this way. It is one of the most disgusting things that you can say or do. I really don't give a shit what people, typing it or tweeting it or trolling people with it. But for you to go live and get mad that you've been banned and you to try and say something like this, not only is it a massive terms of service violation for a creator to say this like you did, because it is, regardless if it's about Molly or not, massive terms of service violation. It is disgusting. Very disgusting that you even went there.
I hope she overdoses and all the fucking upper and downer she's taken.
And you can't say that either. This is wrong. You literally aren't going to get your channel back just for this. And this is the least extreme thing you did. I know it seems like ban evasion should be worse than this. I'm sorry, that ban evasion shouldn't be worse than this. But the reason it is because this is your speech, right? And again, while it is a violation, YouTube is always going to act on ban evasion. Sometimes they're not going to act on these kind of things. I don't know why. Maybe it's because they give people a second chance thinking they're mad or something, but
Pop some more Xanax. Take some more diet pills, Molly.
you can't say things like this to someone. You can't encourage somebody to abuse drugs on YouTube. You could have said the opposite like I did. I encouraged her to get help for it and get treatment and, you know, responded to the clips of hers where she admits to these kind of things a lot and talks about these things. And I've always been sympathetic to Molly because I find it could be a contributor to some of her behavior. You obviously are acting malicious here. This is malicious action. Has nothing to do with someone being right or wrong. You don't get to treat your enemies in an evil way unless you're evil. Okay? Doing the right thing or being a good person. You want to go around and say, Molly's a bad person because of this. So are you.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, did I say
I'm
that?
gonna let you go. You know, go ahead. I don't give a shit.
You throw the N-word around all the time.
He can do that if he wants. He can do that if he wants. What do you mean? You're acting like he can't do that or something?
I hope that brain tumor that she has turns out to be cancer. Because karma really works. Molly, how's your mom doing?
You just ironically said that karma really works, and you're wondering why your channel has been banned. Like, your channel probably is banned alone. The opportunity was given to the people that don't like you and to other people that felt this was wrong to report you, probably because of karma. I warned you. I tried to help you. I have recordings that you can literally go back months ago and play them. They're public right now on this channel where I'm telling you this is going to happen. No one can say it's not true. It's recorded. It's there. I told you if you keep fighting, you're going to go too far. You need to cherish what you got with your audience by not going down this path. It's eventually going to eat you up. It's eventually going to take you to this place. And don't say I wasn't right. I've seen this happen 1,000 times, if not more than that, in the 8 or 9 years, 10 years that I've been on this platform. What is it? 23, 8 years I've been on this platform, almost 9.
Because you never go visit her.
How do you know? How? Don't attack people's parents, for God's sake, or their kids. I don't care if you like them or not.
On YouTube 12, 15, 18 hours a day. You know, Molly, you live 3 hours away from your mom that has cancer. What's more important, Molly?
I'm going to skip ahead just because I don't want to hear this part.
Holding your cell phone while you're driving in Vegas?
And you can drink and drive and not take time. Oh, I'm not reading that.
Has anybody
whatever name.
Molly can
All right, I'm going to pull this down just because I don't agree with some of the stuff that was put on the screen. I didn't even read it earlier.
Good dick. All she does is talk about big black cock. Maybe she needs one.
Okay, I'm skipping this part because it's gross.
Horrible death for all the people that you have made suffer.
See,
Jesus, Michelle.
This is the thing, Michelle. If you're going to say this, you can't complain that you're banned. We don't even need to see a clip of you drunk driving. I don't even need it now. I don't even need the other clips of you ban evading. I could get them. I don't need them. You can't do this. YouTube is not for this. You walked yourself right into this. You allowed yourself, this is what they wanted you to do. You gave all of your haters exactly what they wanted. They wanted to push you until they got you to a point where you were going to just go completely nuclear. It's a tactic they use. Unfortunately, the reason they use that tactic is because it works. It's why they tried to come at my kids, come at me, come at my family, all that. They do it to everyone they go at because they expect all of them are going to react the way you did. This is why I didn't react to it. This is why I laughed at them for being so desperate. The problem is you can't laugh at them for doing it and being desperate if you're going to fall for their trap.
For all the people, remember Shannon Watts, you nasty, skanky whore?
Okay, yeah, you can't use that kind of language on YouTube towards another YouTube creator. You can literally go read the YouTube terms of service, Michelle. There are so many YouTube violations in this one clip. It is incredible.
And she let the other 4 children die? Do you remember that, you psycho
Okay, let's skip all the insults.
My life? Do you remember passing out like a week later? I'm awful. No, guess what? I am awful. That bitch.
At least you admit it. So when you are without your channel, You can't cry about the van evasion. That doesn't matter now. You can't cry about the other stuff because this is alone too much.
She took my job, and now she's bragging about my channel, Molly.
Why didn't you stop her from taking your channel? Why didn't you not do this shit? In fact, I'm closing this because it's just another, it's like literally 10 minutes of nothing but what you just heard, and it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. If you feed the insanity and the evil and the nasty, I know my long-term audience is going to be like, Uni said it again, but I'm going to say it. It becomes part of your subconscious. It becomes part of you where you don't even realize you're doing it until after. It's what's wrong with Betty. It's what's wrong with Molly. They have fed that part of their mind their whole lives. When people try to become better people, they try and stop themselves from engaging in that, even at the smaller levels, because they don't want it to become habitual. They don't want it to become circular and keep happening. And if you do feed it and you do keep buying into it, if you let people push you that far, if you get nasty, you get evil, and you push and go with it, it will get worse and worse and worse every circle that you go until it turns into you becoming a monster. It's why Molly went from what she used to be to what she is now. And what did she used to be? It even shocks me when I look at it.
Someone should be intimidated that their whole life is going to be somehow exposed on the internet.
She used to speak against doxing. She used to just sit for hours over and over criticizing the things that her and Betty live by now.
Or a couple of people and just villainize them.
Do not villainize people. It's wrong to villainize them just because it's the popular thing to do.
Just because it's the cool thing to do.
And she doesn't even have an accent. Isn't it amazing? No accent, and everything she's saying is pretty tame. It's pretty normal. Oh, I don't want to play the bad stuff. Let's just play another one of her good clips.
Have anyone that has a channel of their own to say you need to pick up, you know, I want you to take a side.
She's telling you not to take sides, not to become biased. Stay neutral. Don't try to ruin people's lives. How does a person that talks like this in the very beginning of their YouTube career turn into the monster that we've seen her be lately? And I'll tell you, Michelle, she started acting just like you were acting in that clip. And instead of stopping herself, biting her tongue, instead of consciously stopping herself, she fed it. All right. The thing I wanted to bring up about the Michelle situation that I haven't heard anyone else talk about is you should search for Michelle Goes Live. MGL, I think. Michelle Goes Live. Yep. Now, here's the weird thing. One of the first videos that pops up is a rampant abuser and doxer. And he just made a video about her 8 days ago. Pretty crazy that he actually targeted her right before all this. Well, a big part of the doxing hater hate squad has been targeting her. But then again, there are clip channels that come up. One video really surprised me when I searched for Michelle's name. Charlotte on the web just did a video a day ago. Michelle Goes Live gives lessons, has lost it, without a crystal ball gets blocked. And I wonder what she said about Michelle Goes Live. Because her video was done right before she got banned. Yeah, the Michelle Gives Lessons rabbit hole continues 3 days ago. Talks about a missing child and another Michelle video. So I did a little bit of asking around. I found out that in cater hate Discord servers, the topic of Michelle has been bouncing around for months. and that they have been linking with Molly to the point that certain extreme caters have even had Molly on their streams as a guest under everyone's noses. A few people noticed it, and I find it no coincidence that this big bubble of harassment, attacking, doxing, fighting, threatening all happened from people who we've seen always meddling in these situations for years. I find it no coincidence that Charlotte on the web has been, so interested in Michelle right before Michelle gets constantly attacked and targeted and doxed and regardless, just like Michelle shouldn't have been saying that stuff and doing that stuff to Molly. The things that have been happening to Michelle shouldn't have been happening. I know that people are going to say it's a hot take. Oh, you're defending Michelle. I'll defend anybody. I'll defend Molly from doxing, harassment, and threats. Because again, when you start doing it, you're going to turn into a Molly. You're going to turn into a Michelle. You're going to turn into exactly what you fight against if you start doing that shit. And I'm going to tell you now, been around this block for years and years and years now. Literally around some of these people. And every time someone interacts in this little group with these people, and every time these people set their sights on someone, they start having this happen. Ironically, after looking into this, I found out that Nonsense was targeted in those same Discord servers by those haters. Right after Nonsense started to be a subject of conversation in those Discord servers, you can go to Twitter and search Nonsense, search for Nonsense and everything and go through and find where certain people that have been doxing, harassing, and running fraud raisers for years were targeting Nonsense just weeks before Nonsense was doxed. And they were working with Molly just weeks before Nonsense was doxed. These are factual statements. You can literally find the evidence of this public right now. So I just want everybody to remember, these are not coincidences. These people end up linking together and making deals with each other. They end up getting a list of their potential friends' enemies, and then they go in and pretend like they're just doing normal YouTube content and talking about them. While in the background, they've got an entire Discord server of crazies looking up every single thing they can possibly find. It's a shield for the YouTubers that talk about this stuff. The caters and the others, it's a shield. They end up being able to say, I didn't dox anybody. No, you didn't. You just had your Discord do it. And then y'all went and took what you found and used it in the content that you did, pretending as if it's already been public. It's kind of like, I'm going to protect myself from the shady practices that I'm involved in by having this layer of people that act as the in-between. And you know what's crazy? It's exactly what Molly does. Even crazier, that's exactly what they were doing 3 years ago when I first bumped into them. They're doing the same thing now, as everyone can see. Same exact posts, always hating, never criticism. The people that they criticize, they don't have a success option or a failure option. They're only given the failure option. Whatever they choose to do, they criticize somebody, hate, but they say it's criticism. Whatever option they choose, however they choose to behave, however they choose to act, whatever they choose to do, they will fail. They will find a reason to demonize and say it's the wrong thing. This is called a hate group. It's called hating on someone. You know, one thing that I love about the fact that we have to record ourselves, we have to either go live and record ourselves, or we have to record ourselves and upload ourselves in order for us to be able to monetize what we do. And a consequence of that is that what people do now has evidence. What they have done is provable. Anyone can do something right now, and a month from now pretend like they did the opposite, but you can fact check it. That's the thing that takes away the power of these people. And there's a very simple way to continue taking away the power from the doxer, from the harasser, from the people that are turning our platforms into the shitty place that it's becoming if we allow this to continue. And it's called having a clip channel. It's called archiving. It's called screenshots. All those people out there that have those clip channels, they're making sure that a month from now, when these creators try to lie about doxing someone so that they don't have to have the consequence of what they've done hanging over their head, those clip channels are the proof. They are the thing that, or even the ones that just talk over some of the clips, or the ones that make little things like Forgotten Whispers or Heels in the Air or whoever it is. And I say this in every community and every story that we talk about. I give as much praise as humanly possible to the clip channels, to the archivers, to the people that go out there and try to do something in the face of, you know, the absolute impossible. You think it's impossible to find out who's doxing everybody in a community? Well, I don't know why people say that. I've successfully done it about 18 times now. That is literally saved on this platform, where I have come into a community. I've looked at all the players. I've looked at when someone was mad at someone who defends another, or someone that protects somebody. And after I've got all the data together, I've come out and said, the doxer is this person. They're doxing because of this, and this is why they're attacking this person. And I'm right every time. It starts a hashtag. Hashtag Uni was right. And it's because behavioral patterns, the way someone acts, is evidence. Here on YouTube, they will tell you a lie. They will tell you that you have to dox somebody. You have to go in and literally research everything about them in order to get to the truth of a situation. And that's just not the case. Here on YouTube, we have our videos, we have our live streams, we have the things we say, the things we do, the people we protect, the people that we criticize. They all tell a story. All of it tells you exactly what's going on in every community. It may be very hard for one person to be able to go in and actually track this. That's why we have our Discord server. That's why we have our live chat. That's why the clip channels in every community we go into, we actually look at what they've done. We actually look at the archives. And I'm telling you now, these people think they're invincible. If they were invincible, I wouldn't have been able to bust so many of them over the years. They have already made the mistakes to be able to tell us who's doxing nonsense and who's doxing and attacking Michelle and Molly. It's obvious. It's right in front of you. All you got to do is open your eyes and look. And if the people out there doing this think that they're slick, newsflash. I got a newsflash for you. You're not. Next up, I felt bad because my buddy Menace, he's been busy lately. I haven't got to talk to him in a couple days, but he has still been putting up the bangers. This is Menace on Twitter. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to retweet him, and I'm going to ask you, if you have a Twitter account, to go follow him. You'll find Navy on my Twitter account too. I need to retweet something of yours too, Navy, so people can find your Twitter account. Share your Twitter account in the chat if you want. But mine is at Unirock TV. Very easy. Easy to find me. At Unirock TV. You can follow me and you can find all these channels. You can just go down my Twitter and find channels that are doing something good and follow them. So what do we got on Menace's Twitter? What's Menace been up to? Well, I hope he's pulling these clips because he plans on putting them into a YouTube video, because that would be the bomb.com. But let's just see what he's got. Let's start.
Oh, I'm missing videos. This has been too long.
It has. That's why I'm trying to motivate him here. Let's go ahead and start with this one. This is from January 7th, so this is a good week ago, but he says, Molly played the clip of the screaming allegedly from Idaho. Then the link is on Patreon, so essentially she sold the link. It was a fake link. It was the fake audio. I did play this clip for you from Menace, so let's go up to this one. Web sleuths, and they wonder why law enforcement keeps tight-lipped about everything. Let's see what this is. Brian Koberger, wrong identity. Inside Edition debunked him being at the vigil. Oh, who was it that said he was there? Oh, it was Betty.
As classes resume after winter break here
yeah,
at Washington
well, she said,
State University.
we don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure it's him.
Oh, she was saying it was him, and then she went back and forth. Oh yeah, y'all. Don't let me forget here. I am Red Bullous. That's why I'm going to share my PayPal link in the chat if you want to support me. Now, here we go. I was supposed to say that when we came back, but I didn't. All right.
Resume after winter break here at Washington State.
Oh, you can't see it. Can you see it? Oh, you can? Okay, good.
University in Pullman. Students and faculty return
Yes, sir.
knowing that one of their own
All right.
sits in jail 8 miles away, accused of 4 brutal slayings. This video is going viral on social media today with speculation that it's Kohberger attempting.
There he is. The guy, Betty, still has her videos up, pretending like it could be him, even after the debunk. So it's not just the fake audio that Betty keeps up. It's this stuff because she gets clicks on it. She is lying about caring about these victims and lying about caring about these kids. She cares about the clicks or she wouldn't keep misinformation and bullshit up on her channel.
Attending a heart-wrenching vigil for the victims at the University of Idaho 2 weeks after the murders. One of the most powerful moments of tonight's vigil was when, look, the same man was
no, that's not him!
Oh!
Oh my God. Lord, oh Lord.
behind me as I was reporting that night. There he is again. We can definitely say.
And this is how they do it. This is what they did with the sister. The sister being at the crime scene. Another fake piece of information. Wait a minute. The fake audio, the sister being at the crime scene, this guy being Brian Kohberger. These are the things that Betty was gaining due to her trip to Idaho. Her entire trip was bunk. Nothing good came from it. She lied and spread misinformation about that entire situation. And she's not guilty. People have asked her. People have confronted her in her live chat. I've played the clips. She isn't even feel bad about doing it. She has no remorse. She doesn't even see it as a bad thing. She literally said that it's fine to leave it up because I was speculating most of the time. You weren't. You weren't. You said the fake audio was real. You said this was him at first, and you said it was his sister. That's why we say that you're a clickbaiter. That's why we say that you are manipulating these subjects for views and clicks. But anyway.
Oh my God. Thank you, Jessica, for that.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I know it's not as exciting to upload a video that doesn't have Brian's family members swarming the crime scene or swarming the vigils or anything like that, or the killer himself at the vigil or whatever the hell it is. But, you know, I'm sorry, any normal person would actually spend a couple seconds fact-checking it before they spammed their nonsense. And you know what's crazy? They started to really spam this nonsense because they couldn't lie anymore. They had no lies. They had nothing else to report. And it's no coincidence that those lies came right before they decided to change to the next topic. So what's this, Menace? I don't know if it has any. Oh, I don't think it has any audio.
And Chronicles.
Oh, we do have audio. Okay. Sorry. We have audio.
And my friends are BullHorn Betty and Chronicles of Olivia.
Exactly. That's my problem. Right there. That's my problem. 8 hours later, she heard whimpering and a guy walking through her house. She could have saved her effing friends and she went to bed. Oh, just another day at the house.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
Okay. Funny, Menace. Funny. And Rachel just told me someone donated or something. I don't have time to check right now, but she confirmed it. So thank you, whoever did. I appreciate you very much. You don't ever have to here. It just supports our show. So thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and skip this one because I think it has to do with a pervert, a very nasty pervert on the internet. Yeah, it has to do with a really nasty pervert. So we're going to skip that. Molly tries to make it seem like their little protests aren't for clicks and views, but Betty jumps in and confirms what we already knew. Oh, baby, this is going to be good. See, Menace always has the good clips. You have to follow him on Twitter, I'm telling you.
There are people leaving us comments saying, I really hope Heels on the Ground aren't going to protest. And I said, you know, and I respond to them. I said, exactly. I know what you're thinking. What exactly do you understand Heels on the Ground to be?
We understand Heels on the Ground to be an actual veterans charity whose name was stolen by a bunch of grifters, just so you know.
Why do you think that we protest? Do you think that we enjoy it? Do you think
Art
that
Top,
we want
gotcha.
to do that? Do you
Art Top says, oops, I knew it. Strategic editing. I see a
think
lot of that
this is
around.
fun for us? It actually costs
You
us.
know it, buddy. Oh.
Yeah.
When we protest, this is fun for us. It actually costs us money.
It doesn't cost you shit. There's a lie right there. That is an absolute lie. That is an absolute lie. You would show proof of this or something. You have shown your bills. You have shown what you made on YouTube. Not even super chats. I'm sorry, not even PayPal donations or Cash App donations, which was a huge amount of money for you. And you showed 1 month, and it was $18,000 just for the YouTube memberships and super chats. Okay. So don't tell me that it cost you more than 18. It wouldn't have cost you more than 2 to go around and do the dumb stuff you have to do. Now, just because you bought a car and just because you got a bunch of plastic surgery and just because you got a bunch of injections and spent the money and you went broke doesn't mean that it costs you money when you're broke and you decide to drive somewhere. That is not what broke means, okay? So we're not dumb. Stop treating us like we're dumb.
Money. It's a last-ditch effort.
Yeah.
When we
It's
protest.
a last-ditch effort to have the voice be heard.
Yeah, and it's also there are also major pressure campaigns. The guy's in jail, and due to great police work, thank God he's in.
No, it's not due to. Okay, yes, it's due to great police work, but with Quentin Simon, it also was due to great police work. You want to tell me that those officers and volunteers who had to go through layer after layer after layer in a fucking dump that was huge, and just because it was an enormous dump and it took a lot of time for them to do what they had to do, and that they couldn't arrest their suspect until they had the body, you're going to tell me that they did some bad police work? They would have taken another year for them to find the body if they hadn't done what they did and done it so good. They use state-of-the-art techniques to find. Just because you're too unintelligent and incapable of actually reading a book and researching what you have to do to find something like that in that needle in a haystack situation does not mean it was bad police work and that you had to protest. You protested so that you could give an excuse for people to give you money, and you know
in
it.
jail. And you know what? The parents have not done it.
Yes, Mike, they did great in Savannah. They did great with Quentin. They've been doing great in all of these stories. I don't think we're going to look back when we see the documentaries, when we see the stories being told in the future about these stories, which I think there will be stories about. There will be documentaries. There will be videos about these stories due to the fact, from TV, from YouTube. The one thing we're not going to see is a criticism of the tactics of the police, because they got their suspect, we think, because they arrested her, right? I don't think I've heard whether she's been, whether they've done the trial yet or anything like that, because I don't think they've done it. Maybe they started it. I'm not sure. But the thing is, you're lying. You're lying about the police work. And Chronicles of Olivia is just as bad as Betty and just as bad as Molly. You should be stepping in and stopping these people from lying about law enforcement. You should be stepping in and actually correcting them. You should be defending the people that are out there. Are you going to really tell me what is it about how they went and searched that giant dump? What did they do wrong? Specifically, I want to know exactly because you didn't say this in your protest. You didn't go and say the police did this wrong, or they didn't do this, or they could have done this. You took a bullhorn, you screamed into it, you stomped your feet, you acted entitled, you acted like a brat. Then when someone came and started to protest you by putting fish guts and manure where you were standing, you acted all mad and upset about it, and you started to lie about the locals. Then when a local came up and actually bullhorned you, you and your friends not only assaulted her, but the ones who didn't directly assault her lied about the assault and tried to sweep it under the rug and act like it didn't happen, it wasn't as bad as it was, or yada yada, there was an excuse for it. So shut up with your BS.
Anything. The sister has not done it. What do you want us to do? We're going to show up with hey, we don't.
They don't want you to show up. You show up even when they're doing the right thing and they said not to. You're acting like they're asking you to when they asked you not to.
Don't like your son. Come out and tell us why you don't like your son either. Or come out and fight with us.
Look at these two. Look at these two. Just disgusting people. Disgusting people.
What do think that we are.
Is that funny? Is it funny that their son did this? Is it funny that they're a victim of him too? Or what did they do?
Them it is, yeah.
What did the mother
And
do
they're
wrong?
laughing.
What did the sister do?
Just laughing, chuckling it up.
What did the sister do, Navy? What could the mother or sister have done when they weren't around them? They weren't living with them. You know what I'm saying? What in the world could they have done wrong? They won't even tell us what they've done wrong.
I don't think have we even gotten any stories of this kid doing anything like super weird outside of just being like a criminology major?
Not when he was a kid.
Like a doctorate or anything like, yeah, anything that would have been like red flags or anything.
The only thing that we had was that from Betty and Molly, as the only place I've heard it, but they say he was doing weird things in bars and had been kicked out of a few bars before this happened. Now, I don't know if that's been confirmed by the media, and I'm not going to believe it until I hear it from a reputable source. I will not believe it from Betty or Molly or who is that? Chronicles of Olive Oil or whatever. This is just ridiculous. Somebody needs to get that. Somebody needs to get Olive Oil from what cartoon was that? Popeye the Sailor Man. Yeah. And they need to just Photoshop her head on olive oil, for God's sakes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So don't make a fool out of yourself and assume that we're just going to go over there.
See, what are you talking about? What? Why wouldn't we assume that you're going to go there? You do it for money. You guys are broke.
Just to get views or selfies in front of their house. That's never going to happen.
Why? You've done it many times. Why would you change your mind now? Is it because the police told you not to or something?
And I hate that people have taken on some sort of misconception of what heels on the ground is.
See, you can hate it all you want. In order for people not to have what you call a misconception, you would need to present the actual conception. You would need to state why you go there. Directly what you want to change. Directly what went wrong. I have all the video. I've shown all the video. All you guys did was show up and scream and yell and act a fool. So that's why everyone sees you and Chronicles of Olive Oil and Boo Boo Betty as fools. That's why we see you guys like this. Okay? Because you act that way. Because the words coming out of your mouth are very disgusting and you act like, you know, angry middle school teenagers fighting on the playground.
I guess we're just a bunch of big mouths?
Yes, absolutely. Exactly. And that's why Olive Oil is starting to like, oh God, wait, yeah, touch your mouth when you said that. That's why Boo Boo's looking over to the left like, shit, she's on to us. Molly's on to us, right?
Because that's not
you know what? We bring the heat. Whenever
you don't bring the heat. No. No. See, heat is a substance. It's a chemical reaction. And what it does is it burns things or it boils things, right? So it physically or it drastically changes the things that it contacts. You don't change anything. You don't do nothing. You don't produce energy. You produce entitlement. So no, you don't bring the heat. You bring the bullshit. That's what you bring. You bring the fish guts.
Whenever we walk.
Well, you did bring an assault. They brought an assault, Navy. They could say that. No, not the assault.
The assault, they bring the hate. They bring the interrupting investigation. They bring the stupidity, the anger.
You know, Betty
they bring the misinformation and lies. Yep.
Lies, misinformation, choked out necks, broken teeth. Oh, Betty brings a slap up the ass. Everywhere she goes, it's a slap up the ass. No, that's literally her quote. I am literally quoting her. A slap not on the ass, a slap up the ass. I don't want to picture it, but that's what she says.
Walk into town, at the end of the day, guess what? Every person on YouTube is talking about us or the case.
And they hate you. Not every person, no. Like the debunkers, the cringe compilers, those that are laughing at you, those doing comedy shows, those that are making fun of you, those that are actually like, you know, shaking their heads at you. See, you know, you can say that people that you directly affect, you know, these people you fight with hate you, and that because they hate you, it doesn't mean anything. Okay, fine. Right? We'll just take out the people that you directly fight with. Let's talk about the actual debunking channels, the people that produce facts, the people that produce evidence like us, that actually play your words, respond to everything you say. We do a good job making sure that we get all the things you're doing and saying. We don't change it. We don't modify it. We give you credit for what you're saying. If you say something good, I think Molly has said something that actually made sense twice. And I'm not joking, in the last for few months. Like, I have sat here and I've played all of the relevant video clips of Molly. And I think there was twice she said something that was almost correct. Almost a good take. Okay? Hey, let's look at yesterday. I said that if she would have actually conducted herself in some kind of professional way at Balenciaga, I would have given her credit, because I also am against Balenciaga. I'm not against the workers unless they know what's happened and have some extenuating circumstance. I'll give them an extenuating circumstance to still work there. Like if they just can't quit off the bat, but they are looking for a new job, those are cool. But the people that are actually supporting Balenciaga through what happened, yes, I feel the same way. So the thing is, based on how you act, if you act in a disgusting or unprofessional way, if you lie, spread misinformation, if you just heavily monetize instead of actually doing something productive, yeah, I have to say you suck.
It doesn't matter. That name is everywhere.
And guess what? There are people
so
leaving us
wait a minute. So let me get that last part again real quick.
And guess what?
It doesn't matter. That every person on YouTube is talking about us or the case. Yep. It doesn't matter. That name is everywhere.
That name is everywhere? Are you talking about what Boo Boo Betty is everywhere? Yeah. Narcissism, pure and utter entitlement. How are you okay with being so entitled? You know, everybody is talking about me. Sure, all of them are saying how disgusting we are, but they're still talking about us. Thank you for confirming. Is that what Menace put as the title? Molly tries to make it seem like their protests aren't for clicks and views, but Betty jumps in and confirms what we already knew. Oh my God, Menace, you're a genius. I almost missed it. Thank you, Betty, for confirming it's all about the views. It's all about people seeing your channels and your names. It has nothing to do with justice, has nothing to do with a good commentary or a good take. You said it yourself. I'm not lying on you. You said, no, Molly, it's about people knowing who we are is why we do this.
Because that's not you know what? We bring the heat. Whenever we walk into town, at the end of the day, guess what? Every person on YouTube is talking about us or the case. Yep. It doesn't matter. That name is everywhere.
You're fucking it up. You fuck it up.
Yeah, she's admitting that they do it for money. They do it for views. When their names get attention is the only time they make money. Once somebody actually listens to them for a few streams or a few videos, and they realize they've just donated to someone that's lying, spreading misinformation, they stop watching. Some of them don't even unsubscribe. They just stop. They just go away. So in order for them to make money, they have to target new people. Betty just said it, not me. Thank you for admitting it, Betty. We appreciate it when you finally are honest for the first time ever. Thank you. But you are a gross exploiter for admitting that. Okay, next one. The surviving roommate is 100% a victim. I agree, Menace. I'm going to put this to the top of my feed. There we go. Even by your own deplorable standards, she was a victim of burglary. By the rest of the world's standards, she was a victim, period. Very true. And Chaotic Artist Anita, thank you so much. One of our great members. I'm a SAR volunteer, and I know for a fact many of the SARs do not like them at all. They damage so many things. SAR. Remind me, SAR. It's Survivor Advocate. Search and Rescue. Oh, okay. Yeah. And thank you for doing that, Anita. It's excellent that you're doing that. You know, my physical disability stopped me from actually going around and doing stuff a lot. But here, like, once, you know, the kids are getting a little bit older, I think I'm going to start trying to do some type of volunteer work at some point. So maybe there's something I can do or something. But I definitely would be actually doing volunteer work, not grabbing a bullhorn, acting like an idiot, and then saying that I do it for views on YouTube like Betty just did. Let's hear them talk about the victim, the actual victim, Dylan, because they attacked Dylan for, God, what was it? Days and days and days before they realized how bad they looked and completely flip-flopped. But let's hear it.
The mainstream media telling us, leave her alone, leave her alone, leave her alone.
Oh, you finally admit the Brian Enton clip that I played yesterday where you paused it right when he called you out for what you were doing. You paused that and changed the subject, but now you finally admit that the mainstream media, Brian Enton, is calling you out. Nice.
She's a victim. She
Wonder why you didn't do that on your channel when you were playing the clip.
is not a victim. She's not a victim.
She's a witness.
For our mainstream media telling us, leave her alone, leave her alone, leave
I can't do it, Navy. I can't do it.
her alone. She's a victim.
I can't do this clip.
She is not a victim.
Solo.
Oh, I hate to tell you this. She can be a witness and a victim.
Oh, no shit. That's lit. All we've got to do is take what they're saying and give them credit for it. They have no clue about true crime, about the police process, law enforcement, rescue. They have no idea. They're fakers. If you just listen to them talk, they'll admit it. Solo says, Molly admitted it too. She said, move over Chris Watts and Summer Wells. This is the biggest case now. And she said she's getting new people to her channel. Now that's a good admission. I want that clip because, very soon, I hope to have part 1 of this Molly video where the Summer Wells case is a facet of it. And I'd love to have that clip. I'm going to see if I can find it later.
She's not a victim.
She's a witness.
Four are victims.
Betty again is pouring something without putting her cream and sugar in it. Very interesting. But back to what you guys are saying. So you're saying that if you're a witness, that the only way you can become a victim is if you get stabbed? Is that what has to happen? Because I'm really confused here. So they have to be stabbed or injured physically? What if he just pushed her out of the way? Navy, would they consider her a victim if he had pushed her out of the way?
I don't know that. I mean, it depends on their level of wanting to attack somebody. Is how they get defined. So like you don't get to be a victim because you're actually involved or surrounded by a horrible event. It's up to Betty and Molly to determine whether or not you're a victim, right?
Oh my God, Doc.
It depends on how they see you.
Doc just came in with the banger. Doc says they have no idea about how to solve crimes, but they do probably know things about how to commit crimes. Okay, that is the freaking take of the day right there, okay? That's absolutely true. We know for a fact they don't know anything about how to solve crimes, about justice, but we know factually, I don't know about olive oil over here, but I do know these two know a lot about committing crimes.
And I'll tell this, Doc, her statement is both accurate and true.
It's accurate and true. Unlike Betty, who said that she's accurate but not true, or did she say she's not accurate but it's true? I forget.
She said that the things that she says are always true but not necessarily accurate.
Our top says she's Schrodinger's catting these things, both a victim and not a victim. Very true, our top. Yeah. Very true.
Stop. She is not a victim.
Olive oil looks a little annoyed right here. Why didn't you speak up, Olive Oil? Why can't you call these people out? Are you in their group? Are you part of their group? Do you have to bow down to them in order to get a benefit from the bigger channel? Are you employed to them? Are you committed to them? Is that what this is? Is that why you can't speak up and correct the misinformation being broadcasted here, or what? And this is on BullHorn Betty's channel. Whoever you are, if you are willing to go on Betty's channel, but it's not to call them out, not to argue with them on a point they've made, then I hate to say it, you're just not a good YouTuber. Who is this Chronicles of Olivia, y'all? I'm sorry, I said it wrong. Who is this Chronicles of Olive Oil? Who is it? Because she looks like Popeye the Sailor Man's olive oil. Have you guys ever seen olive oil? I'll show you what I mean here. She's really thin, is why I said that. Look. Oh no, I'm gonna have to put Popeye. Because if you type olive oil, it brings up literal olive oil. Hey, there we go. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? You get me now? Do you get me? Do you got me? Good me. Okay. Olivia is best friends with Betty. They hang out in real life. Oh my God. It's lucky she has a very small neck, because it'd probably be hard for Betty to choke it. So at least she's got that, first defense if she pisses Betty off, She's got that first line of defense in getting choked out to death by Betty. I know, I need to be nice. I know, I'm sorry. I'm not making fun of her appearance. She's pretty. So there's no reason she's going to get mad at me for saying that about olive oil. She's pretty. So, you know, she's going to be like, you want to marry me, Uni. That's why you said that. I can admit that you're pretty and that you're a bad person. I can admit both, okay? You don't have to worry.
She's not a victim.
Yeah.
I'm not reading it out loud, but it was a great comment.
Leapy's Trucking says she's part of their group. She goes out as the cameraman for Betty.
She's the cameraman. So she's actually aiding in the garbage we've seen at the protests and stuff. Let me know. I don't want to attach her to that unless she's actually done it, because that's a damning thing to be attached to. You know? Oh. Okay.
She's merely a witness to the case. She wasn't threatened. She wasn't assaulted.
This has to make these three some of the worst true crime YouTubers and reporters on this entire platform. How are you a victim's advocate? This is why we say that none of you are victims advocates, because you do not know what a victim is. You don't know how to logically think about it, because if you just logically think about it, this person's a victim. How are you not a victim if a murderer breaks into your home? Even if they don't kill anybody. Please answer me. I'm going to put out a poll right now. Here's a poll. I'm asking you in your home. So answer this as if it's your house. Are you a victim if a murderer breaks into your home but leaves because they don't find you or whatever? Yes or no? Tell me in the chat. I'm putting out a poll right there. Are you a victim if a murderer breaks into your home, but for some reason you hid really good or something and they don't find you and then they leave? Have you been the victim of a crime? Are you a victim of a very violent crime? Literally, they act like their understanding of a crime or understanding of rights being violated has something to do with whether, you know, you have intent to do something, but you fail because you were stopped, or if you fail because you couldn't find them or something, right? Like if I go to rob a bank and I go in and I hold it up and I go to the back of the bank and I just can't get the safe open, I'm just allowed to walk out. None of the people there are victims of me doing this. Like, what? She absolutely is added even as far as back as Summer Wells last year. Good, because she's going to need to be in my video then. Anita says, we don't know what happened and she may have very bad PTSD. Jesus, exactly. I guarantee she does. Because look, you're not going to be able to sleep for a year if somebody, like, you got to ask yourself, like, oh my God, would you ever be able to? Okay, she lives in that home. Okay? How is she supposed to go to sleep at night at her home? Her entire life has to be completely devastated over this, regardless. Those two women. You know that when they got there, so what I've been told, and again, this is just preliminary information, that's why I don't share it much, okay? But I've been told that what happened was they both were asleep. The one roommate had heard something, and that's why she ended up seeing him walk out. And because he looked scary, she locked the door and laid back down. In the morning, when they woke up, one of them discovered what happened and screamed at the top of their lungs. The other one fainted. The one who didn't faint ran outside screaming and fell down screaming, and a neighbor ran over and called 911. Okay? So I don't know that that's true. We won't know for a while, but I've been told this. Let's just say that happened. The affidavit, does it back up that scenario? Absolutely it does. Everything written backs up what I just said, but I don't know if it's true yet. We're not going to for a minute. Aren't those two victims just from what I just described? For God's sakes, right? Oh, I'd say the people answering no are just trolling. Honestly, because none of them would be okay. They would all consider themselves a victim if a murderer broke into their house, even if they left, so. Lauren says, the house is still being held as a crime scene. They're not able to live there. Oh, that's a good point, but I'm just saying, once it's released is what I meant. Let's say they release the house in a week, a month, and this person has to go back there and at least get their stuff, right? If they're going to move, or maybe they can't afford to move and they're just going to have to stay in that home. What if they have to stay to continue their college, so they have to stay in that town? Wouldn't you just be nervous being in that same town after this? You know, it just shows you how easy it is for someone to walk into your home and do these kind of things. Excuse me.
She was left alone and she went to sleep. So how do you classify her as a victim? Did she see horrible things? Yes, she.
So you're not a victim if somebody murders your friends in your home right next to you while you're asleep. You're not a victim because you were asleep. Wow, Betty, you're a genius.
She did. Yes, she did. She's seen horrible things. That's what makes her a witness. A victim means that she would have been assaulted.
No, it doesn't. No. What? So someone that witnessed it happening, who watched them be stabbed, but wasn't stabbed by your logic, isn't a victim of the perpetrator. Are they not a victim at all? That's what they're saying. They're not a victim at all. So their life isn't changed at all. They were not violated by the actions of this person in any way, right? You can sit and watch some dude come in and just, you know, do his thing to everyone around you, but if you don't get hit, you're not a victim. Molly got started crawfishing when she started getting backlash. Exactly. But why are these two agreeing with this? Why are they agreeing with this? It doesn't make sense. I could understand one person having this horrible take. I don't understand how two people have this horrible take, or even three people have this horrible take. Betty doesn't believe that these people are victims because she doesn't want all the people that she's affected around her victims to be victims. That's why she's lying like this, but it's a lie.
T. Kelly makes a perfect point. If you suffer a loss, you're a victim. I want to expand upon that and say, if by what this person did caused you to suffer in any way, shape, or form, be it the friends that were there having to discover what happened, or the parents, or anything, you are a victim of that person's actions. Plain and simple.
Exactly. Exactly. You are a victim of the crime. You're a victim of this person's actions, because a victim is a person affected by, okay, if I'm drinking and driving, okay, if I'm driving and it starts to rain, it's dark, a deer runs out in front of my car, I hit the deer and I end up running into somebody else. They're not a victim of my intent. See, they don't understand intent, but intent is a major part of crime and the law. Intent is what separates a person walking away from a murmur or taking another person's life, and what separates them going to prison forever. Literally, intent. You can look up 1,000 examples of someone defending themselves or their home from an attacker where they murmur or they end a life and they don't get any charges. You can look up 1,000 examples where someone does and they go to prison for life. The thing that separates the difference in those things is not whether you were injured or not, it was the intent. So the intent of this person committing all of the crimes he committed that night, because even if they're not a victim of murmur because they're alive, it doesn't mean they're not a victim of the break-in. It doesn't mean they're not a victim of any other crime that was committed, right? Factually, they're wrong because they are a victim of the break-in. They're a victim of their private space being invaded by somebody, and this person had an intent to kill anyone that got in his way, right? For all we know, Brian could have just not got her because he was shaken up, and when he walked by, he could have even been like spaced out when he walked by. He might not have even seen her, right? He might not have even noticed. He could have been in such a hurry and he could have just ran by. Who knows? But you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it happened. I'm just, yeah.
There's been so many things that have happened. Like that's the problem with people like this, is that they pretend, and it is pretend because they're playing pretend right now, that they know what happened. They're pretending like they know what happened and portraying it as fact and truth when it is 100% not. And that's how you know that their motives behind doing this. Because anyone with actual motives of understanding the truth of what happened, all this kind of stuff, is not going to pretend that they were there.
Yeah.
And they are.
Exactly.
This is how you know that the only reason they're doing this is not because, and this is what we were talking about last night, right? With whether or not, Molly actually cares about some of these cases. This right here shows you once again that they do not care about anybody associated with the case but themselves.
And if they are so whacked out in their brain that they have this crazy misunderstanding of what a victim is, then that means that they shouldn't, they're definitely not a victim's advocate. Because if you have some ill thought or a wrong thought about what a victim is, and you can't properly classify what a victim is, you can't be an advocate for that victim because you don't consider themselves to be a victim. And the misinformation, the lies, and the bullshit that they put out about Dylan also is an affront to Dylan. It's a insult to Dylan. It's an insult to the pain, the suffering, the tragedy that this person went through. Now, can I ask, holy shit. Do you realize what you just said, Betty? You just said that the mother and fathers of all of those victims aren't victims. How?
Yep.
How isn't the mother and father of every one of those girls and that dude, because there was a dude and 3 girls, how are the mother and fathers not victims? You just said they're not. Brian didn't harm them. Brian didn't, do what you said. You know what? I think Betty would start like stuttering and she'd say, well, losing their daughter is harm. Okay, then why isn't losing their roommate and their best friend's harm? Why isn't them having their home broken into harm? Why isn't the fact that the only reason they aren't dead is because they weren't in the hallway, in the bathroom, or in their friend's room not harm? You know what I'm saying? They dodged a bullet, but it literally, anything could have happened. They could have just had to pee and they could be dead right now. And the reason that they're victims is because of the intent of Brian. He had an intent to kill anyone in that house that he came across in his goal of doing whatever it is he did. He had an intent to do that. He intended to kill those 2 if they would have been in his way, if he would have bumped into them. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, there's just so many obvious wrongs here that it really does explain why Molly walked back like she was moonwalking at 100 miles an hour the entire thing against Dylan. It really does explain that. Heels in the Air mentioned victim impact statements. Anon. Great point. Hey, Betty, if Dylan and this other girl aren't victims, why did they have to write victim impact statements? Why are the police considering them victims? Are the police wrong? Oh, I get it. Betty and Molly and Olivia are saying that the police are wrong in classifying these victims as victims. Ah, I see. Got to give credit to Heels in the Air for that point, that perfect commentary. That's perfect commentary. This is why Heels in the Air is a good commentator and gets views. And this is why Betty and Molly and Olive Oil don't get views on regular content. They have to do these extreme things to get views. And it's funny because if you get views like Heels in the Air does, or whoever, anyone on the internet gets views by good takes, good commentary, good reactions, good content, you can actually be proud of the views you get. It means something when you have a bunch of views. But if you're exploiting and lying, and if you have bad takes and bad commentary, you can't be proud of the attention and the views you get. It's like somebody who, there was this guy who I'm doing a video on. His name's Acerthorn. So when a popular video game comes out, He goes and makes a video and says, that popular video game sucks. And when you go listen to his video, he hasn't even played the video game. He literally just lied and clickbaited everybody into clicking his video. Then later on, he goes around, you know, acting all big and bad like a big YouTuber because, hey, my video has 70,000 views. I'm a good YouTuber. No, you're not. You lied to get those views. Everyone that clicked in hated you, gave you a thumbs down, and closed your video and left. Or they listened to laugh, right? What they are doing is a million times, 1.6 million times as worse than this dude I just talked about. And he's doing some dumb shit.
Stab.
This is so utterly dumb. I have to hear it again.
Artos dropped a comment for you in the Obama General.
With Molly's use of victim is being muddled with context. Yes, in one way, not a victim because no harm came, and in some cases, not even aware. But twist in with is victim because she was still vulnerable to possible harm. Molly is twisting context to confuse facts. Yes, and she's also ignoring the actual harm that was caused other than murder. You know, they're trying to act like the only thing that we have to consider here is murder. But the fact is there were so many other crimes committed and that they are a victim of those crimes. Like they are literally saying every break-in scenario where you weren't injured you're not a victim. Every scenario where you witness someone come up and just beat the hell out of one of your family members in front of you, if you don't get injured, you're not a victim of that. And in reality, we all know that that's not true. Now, the reason they're saying this, again, is because right before they started doing these streams, they were exposed for the fake audio. They were also exposed for a few other things. They were exposed for doxing people. They were exposed just for so much dumb stuff. And Molly and Betty got very upset, and they started to spam content. It's like they wanted to show that they're good and they're cool and that they're doing great to own the haters. So they spammed content. And because of the fact that they were just, you know, so angry and so messed up in the head and just pissed over so many people calling them out and being mad at them and making content and joking on them and dunking on them, they started to say really dumb things and run with those dumb things. I promise you that is why this happened.
The mainstream media telling us.
Jessica says, what about the psychological harm? They're all morons. They are. They literally don't think you can experience PTSD in these kind of scenarios, which of course you can. People go to therapy for this shit for years. Yes, Dylan. But no, Brian's not responsible for that. No way. They don't even realize they're defending Kohberger here. They're defending him. They're reducing the charges he's going to get in their minds. They're trying to argue away charges against Kohberger here.
Leave her alone. Leave her alone. Leave her alone. She's a victim. She is not a victim.
You guys have to go and follow Menace because he caught these clips for us and took time to upload them so that we would have them. So please go and support him on Twitter, and you'll find all of these on my Twitter at Unirock TV.
She's not a victim.
She's a witness.
The four are victims.
Yeah.
Let's stop. She is not.
See, this is why people tried to correct you, Molly. When you first... Hey, Turtle, thanks. When you first started to say this, if you would have listened to people that were criticizing you and stopped saying it, you wouldn't have gone this far. But now that you have, oh my God.
She's not a victim. She's not a victim.
She's merely a witness to the case. She wasn't threatened. She wasn't assaulted. She was left alone, and she went to sleep. So how do you classify her as a victim? Did she...
Oh my God, dude. It's so incredibly stupid. It is so incredibly dumb. Like, it's the only thing you can say. Did they not listen to what they were saying?
Did she see...
Heels in the air. Hey. I love your content, Heels in the air. You're doing great. Keep it up, please.
Horrible things? Yes, she did. Yes, she did. She's seen horrible things.
She saw horrible things. Saw horrible things. Saw. But she's not a victim.
That's what makes her a witness.
So hold on. What if one of them didn't see the bodies and just ran out the front door? Right? What if that's the case? What if one of them just ran out the door? Then, you know,
A victim
they're not a witness or a victim.
means that she would have been assaulted, stabbed, intimidated, or something like that to keep her mouth shut. None of that has come out.
How? Yeah, okay. Okay, a victim of coercion, a victim of blackmail, a victim of X, Y, and Z. You're leaving out many other things that she's a victim of and saying she's not a victim of it? Like,
so this person that everybody is, you guys need to go look at the definition.
Okay.
Hold on a second.
The main.
Oh God! Don't tell me it ends.
Definition.
Oh, son of a bitch! I want this whole stream. Damn it!
Okay, right fast. I'm just going to throw this out there for everybody. The definition of victim, the first one brought up, is a person harmed, injured, or killed as a result of a crime, accident, or other event or action. Define for me harm, because I guarantee you it goes beyond the physical.
Oh yeah. Okay, we will. I was about to do the same thing. There's also another definition: a person who is tricked or duped. The victim. Okay, let's read the whole thing. In fact, I'm putting it on the screen. Give me 1 second because I want to make a point. And you just made a great point, too. All right.
Victim.
Victim. A person harmed, injured, or ended as a result of a crime, accident, or other event or action. Victims of DV. A person who is tricked or duped. A victim of a hoax. And then we've got a living creature killed as a sacrifice. But that we're not going to go that far. Okay. So we want to go to harmed. Oh, son of a B. Forward. And we want to look at the definition of harm. It can be physical injury. The villains didn't harm him. Past tense harm or harmed. Damage the health of, have an adverse effect on. Okay. So smoking when pregnant can harm your body. Having an adverse effect, this could harm his Olympic prospects. Betty, you're wrong. You a dummy. Was Dylan harmed? There are many ways Dylan was harmed. Now, it's about the intent. How was Dylan harmed? What did someone choose to do that harmed Dylan? That's the question when it comes to a crime and intent and true crime, right? If I harmed Dylan because I walked by Dylan and I accidentally bumped into her, it's not a crime. If I bumped into her very hard because I was running really fast and I broke her arm or something, right? Knocked her over. And I didn't mean to do it. I'm still negligent because of my choice to run like that right next to her where I shouldn't be doing that, right? If I'm running because I stole a purse or whatever, right? Okay. So I am committing a crime due to my negligence when I ran by her and harmed her that way, right? Anyway, I could go on for an hour to break down how dumb this all is. You get my point. You can harm just the mental state of somebody too. And if Betty says that's not true, why is it that you can have your kids taken away and you can be charged for emotional abuse, for, screaming and yelling at them all the time and all this stuff, right? You don't just have to smack them on the butt, as Betty would say. Okay. 5 years before Brian was even born, his mother wrote a letter to the editor opposing people cheering as Ted Bundy's hearse drove by and opposing the death penalty in general. Molly caught wind of it and did what she does best. What an effing turnip. I love when he calls people turnips.
No sane, compassionate individual would excuse the atrocities committed by this man. Neither would any sane individual applaud the passing of this.
Sarah makes a good point. Sarah says, it changed me forever. She is so wrong. Feeling guilty for being there and could not save someone. Exactly. Right? And what they're trying to do is make it worse on Dylan. God forbid Dylan ever clicks into any of their streams, which is very possible when you start to feel that kind of shame and those kind of grief and those kind of things. You do things you wouldn't normally do. And someone might seek out criticism of what they did as a way to kind of like, well, no one's going to be mad at me, right? No one's going to blame me. And they may look for it. And they could very well stumble upon the things that these people are saying, right? And it's just gross.
This funeral hearse. What have we become? In the taking of a human life acceptable when the state takes responsibility for it? Quote, Mary Ann Koberger. Mary Ann Koberger.
Okay, Mary Ann said that we shouldn't celebrate death regardless of the situation because it's a very bad, it's bad no matter how you slice it. No matter if you're punishing somebody with it, no matter if someone does it to someone else, it's bad and bad and bad. And we shouldn't celebrate bad because celebrating it, clapping and cheering it is perverse. It's disgusting. And I agree. I don't think we should. I think it is bad. I think it is nasty. I think we shouldn't celebrate even death when it comes to that. Now, am I an opposer of the penalty? I'm not. I'm not an opposer for extreme crimes. That's just my personal feelings. You know, everybody has their own take. As much as I do not ever want to celebrate it, I feel that it's necessary in some situations for extreme crimes if we absolutely know the person did it.
Boy, do you have some nerve.
So let's see if she tells us why she's mad. You know, it's like she just reads it and then or is she going to tell us why? And then we'll be done with this.
Boy, look what you raised. And I know you're going to read this because...
Wait, so how is it that you take this woman being against Murmur to such a large degree and then attack her for raising Brian? Like, it doesn't, those aren't the same things. Like, you're skipping a lot here.
I'm going to tag the shit out of you.
So my question I would ask her straight off the bat is that, so you're telling me that anyone who is against capital punishment, right, is innately supporting the actions of the people that would fall under its punishment? Is that what you're telling me, Molly? Because there's a ton of people out there that agree with this woman about capital punishment. Now you're looping them all in the same group and saying that if you're against capital punishment or state-sponsored capital punishment, right, then you must what? Fall on the side of the people that committed the crimes and support them? That don't make any sense. That doesn't make sense. Then again, you're an idiot, so. Exactly.
It's pure stupidity. It's pure craziness. I love how this got like almost 6,000 views. I love it. Because you know what it shows? Because it's a pinned tweet. It shows that a lot of people go and visit Menace's. It's only been pinned for a week. A lot of people visit his site, his Twitter. It's the same thing with mine. I pinned a video to my top of my Twitter a while back. I pinned one to the top of my Twitter a while back just because I wanted to see how many people go and look at my Twitter. And I think it was back in 2 years ago or something. And it's up to like 40,000 views. Now, you do have to watch it for a minute to be able to register a view. So it's not indicative of everybody who like looks at your stuff, but it's a pretty neat little tactic. I was shocked that many people watched that video. Okay. We've went through a lot so far. And the sad thing is I got so much more to show you. Though I've already streamed too long. Like, people that want to come back and watch our replay, they're going to miss a lot of the good stuff because unfortunately we went for a long time. Now that's okay because I meant to do it. Just know that in the future, I will be not streaming for very long periods of time all the time, right? I'm going to do it every once in a while. But you got to make sure that thinking about the replay viewers, which is a much bigger amount of people than the people that come in and watch the stream, I want our streams to be digestible. Now, I didn't get a chance to play this, and it's about an hour long. So, of course, I would probably take 2 hours going through it, at least, right? But you know, I do want to listen to some of it. You just click it.
Okay. So Toastgate, her husband is deceased. He died. He passed away. I don't know how long ago this was.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to play a lot of this right now. Maybe we'll look at it tomorrow. If you want to see a wonderful breakdown and an expose on the really, really messed up things that come to light because of finding this video, it's on Nonsense's YouTube. Okay, so if you haven't seen that yet, you can go over to Nonsense's YouTube and watch Nonsense react to it. This is a quick message to Toastgate, and they tag Michelle Goes Live. This was done 2 months ago, and it just came to light. And there's a lot here. There's a lot of doxing, a lot of threatening. There's a lot of the damage Molly did. This is back when Nonsense was getting doxed by Molly and Penelope and by certain other people in the community that helped her. And I just want to make sure those caters that helped dox Nonsense know, we know what you did. We're not dumb. We got people that hang in Discord servers. We got people around the communities. We know what you did. Okay? You're not slick. I'm just letting you know. But in the end here, we would just have to go over this video. So I'm going to copy this link real quick to the bottom of the room. Hopefully tomorrow, maybe we can do an earlier stream and get this knocked out, because I want to work on getting my upload on unirock too, and then shrinking the time between those uploads so I can't go past tomorrow on it. So even if I don't stream tomorrow night, maybe we can pop this stream out a little earlier, maybe a little later if we have to, and just hit this one video and react to it on like 1.5 times speed or something. Because I really do want to give attention. I think it's really important to give attention to this. I just don't have enough time right now, and it would be really bad to do it here. It wouldn't get any good attention if I did it at the end here. And it looks like I have to pick up a kid. So I am going to have to go regardless, but I'd love to do a mod meeting in my Discord server. Hopefully the mods are around. Navy, thanks for being here, man. Just excellent to go through it with you.
Well, thanks for having me as always, Bubba. Yeah, it is crazy.
You got any final thoughts on this whole thing? I don't want to skimp you out of them.
Well, no, I think my only final thought is that for the people that do support this, that aren't like hate watching all this kind of stuff, please take a look at these views and these clips and stuff that's going on, because these people do not care. They don't care about you. They don't care about the families. They don't care about the victims. They don't care about any of this stuff. What they care about is being, in essence, a shock jock, and is making wild ass claims to keep people watching them and supporting them, so they can run around and basically, because their own, like, one thing you can tell is that their own lives are boring as hell, and no one talks to them, no one likes being with them, and we can see this, and that's just my opinion. But the only thing that keeps them going is being able to run around and make these wild claims. So just, be careful who you support.
Be careful who you support. And I do want to, again, at the end of the stream, applaud the clip channels, the commentators, the archivers, viewers, the people like Menace, the people like the Twitter users, the people in the comments, those of you who are keeping your eyes open, and when something happens, you go and let someone who can archive or clip it know. Cherie. Because it all happens whether or not someone with a YouTube channel comes in and actually puts a focus to it, right? These clips get clipped regardless. They get shared regardless. And what we try to come in and do, myself, any community we hit, is to go and grab 4 of those clips, because, when something crazy happens, you have to save it. It has to become part of history, or else it can be lied about, or it could never happen. Heels in the air. Keep up the good work, you too. You too. And because we've got a community. And I hope that this community of what we're doing, and I know a lot of the people that do the clips, like Heels in the Air and others, they might have gotten into it because of Molly, maybe not. But maybe they got into it because of Molly or a certain YouTuber. You guys are historians. You guys are people saving the important pieces that happen. You get me? You're saving things that without them, these people would get away with this. And it's a multifaceted process. The archivers save it. YouTube commentators come in and make videos out of it that are digestible, that are watchable, that are not long, is what I'm saying. That take all those clips, tell people what's happened, show the clips as proof into a commentary. And because it's not long and because it's easier to watch, those videos can be used to educate and show more people what's happening. Because it'll have the best clips from the clips in the commentary video, and it just flows upward. So without the baseline happening to historialize it, to be able to save it, to be able to make it, truthful, then those types of things, those videos that are done by a lot of people don't happen. Anita, the room had a meeting. We decided you needed this. I love the chat room. Well, thank you, Anita. You're too kind. Really appreciate you. And you keep doing what you do out there. All right. Now, I am trying my best to do both. I try to do two things, and it takes a toll on me. I try to come in here and I live stream a lot in a show, in a form of a show, but I also try to put together those commentary videos. So, I was working to a point and I got lost in my head. My point in the end was going to be, you guys are debunkers. You guys are fact checkers, right? And you're also, on top of fact checking, spreading the word. And it's ironic because the thing that the people that you archive, the thing they pretend to do, the effect that they pretend that they have, you are actually having it. The only thing real about what's going on, ironically, when you have a scam, when you have an internet scam, when you have a fraud raiser, when you have a fraud on the internet that actually takes advantage of people like Betty and Molly and Olivia and these people who fake all the effects and everything. That's all fake, but what you're doing is real. You really are saving people from being duped by their lies into thinking what they're doing is real and supporting them. And it's so crazy because they end up hating all of you so much, right? They really do end up hating you guys a lot, or debunking them, exposing them, and getting the truth out there. And in the end, it's the coolest thing to watch the fakers that try so hard to just convince everybody that they're doing something real, failing so hard at it, and then the people that come in and expose them do something very valuable in the process. So thank you, and I will see you after my upload on Unirock 2 tomorrow. And I know I'm making a big claim saying that I'm going to upload, but I'm frickin' uploading. I'm out. Audi 5000G. Peace. Unirock out. No! Stop! We are not rolling out on that song. We are rolling out on this one. See you guys later. If you like our show, please consider supporting us